When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Snyk's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Snyk, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Snyk. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Hello everyone and welcome to our WeAreDevelopers DevOps Day. Thank you all for joining us from all around the world. My name is Sead and we are going to have 5 super interesting sessions today. We will talk about DevOps, obviously, about continuous deployment, managing clusters. We will have a look into an example of DevOps best practices in the justice system, super interesting. And we will have an exciting panel with great guests about demystifying DevOps, the pros, cons, do's, and don'ts. So stay tuned for that. As always, feel free to engage with us and with the speakers. Use the chat beside the stream. And we will have after every session a short Q&A with the speakers. So submit your questions. They will be happy to answer them. Before we start, let me give a short reminder about our upcoming JavaScript Congress. It takes place in less than 2 weeks. We will have more than 70 speakers, including the inventor of Angular, many core contributors to popular JavaScript libraries and frameworks. And the best thing is there will be thousands of developers from all around the world. And even better is if you join today, we have a short discount code promo for you. So you can get 20% off the tickets by using the discount code that we display on the screen and in the chat. So make sure to check it out and get your tickets. Next thing, we have also one Nintendo Switch to raffle out today for you. So it is sponsored by Deloitte, also our partner. And everything that you have to do to win it or to have a chance to win it is to fill out a simple form with a simple question. We will post it in the chat and you can find it actually also on the landing page. So just make sure to fill it out and get a chance to win the Nintendo Switch. We will raffle it out after the last session today. So stay tuned and stay with us. So what else do we have? I want to say a big thank you to Snyk, who are our partner of the day. A very interesting service to deploy secure applications for developers. So thanks for supporting the WeAreDevelopers DevOps Day and making this event possible. With all of that said, I would like to introduce my co-moderator of the day, who will help us to guide us through the day. He is a community manager at Snyk. He has worked as a technical writer and a product manager, a super interesting guy and a true expert when it comes to DevOps and especially DevSecOps. So please welcome Walid on stage.
Hey folks, how you doing? Hey Sad.
Hi, how are you doing?
Yeah, doing pretty well. Very excited for the day. How are you?
Good. You're joining from London, right? Do you have British weather?
Yes, unfortunately we do. It is absolutely miserable outside, but it's nice and cozy in here. How about you? How things over there?
Perfect time to be in this mini conference, right?
Absolutely. We've got an incredible lineup and I'm just really excited to learn a ton of stuff.
Okay. Well, tell me, what are you looking forward to? Like, what do you expect to learn today?
Honestly, I'm really just excited to hear the experiences that everyone has and the perspectives that they're coming from, because we've got a variety of industries as well today. in the agenda. So I'm just really excited to get the inside scoop from them, to be perfectly honest.
Okay, sounds interesting. And then I see we are already like a bit over time. Maybe it's a good idea to introduce our first speaker, right?
Yes, absolutely. So today, first up, we have Dominik Kress, who is a technical product owner from StackIT, AppCloud, and he's going to be talking about CD to CF, continuous deployment to Cloud Foundry.
Okay, then let's welcome him on stage.
Hi there.
Hi. Where are you joining us from, Dominik?
I'm sitting in the sunny Berlin right now.
No. So, Walid, I hope you are not jealous a bit.
Envious, absolutely.
Okay. Then I would say I leave the two of you alone. I go backstage and you have fun.
All right.
Lovely to meet you, Dominik. Are you excited for the day?
Absolutely. I'm very curious about the other talks as well as really looking forward to the panel coming after me.
Well, I'm sure that you're gonna set the tone for the day. Really excited to see what you have in store. So I'm not gonna take up any more room. Love for you to take it away here, Dominik.
Yeah. All right. So I'll share my screen and then we can directly start. So I hope you can see all my screen because I don't get the feedback right now, but it should be fine. So let's directly dive into the topic today for the first talk, which is continuous deployment with Cloud Foundry, or continuous deployment to Cloud Foundry to be more precise. And we will do it on our StackIT AppCloud. So first, to me, who am I? Why do I talk so much about this topic? Well, I'm the technical product owner of the StackIT AppCloud. Technical in a sense because I also have a developer background, and since it's a very technical product, this cloud platform, we have this technical product owner role. If you want to talk to me, usually the introduction in bar camps and things like that is with free hashtags, and mine usually are open source, DevOps, and people. And yeah, you can talk to me about everything around API design, because I also wrote a book about GraphQL. If you might be interested, history, fun facts, electric guitar, and Liverpool FC. Yeah, I'm here representing the Schwarz Group, or our StackIT in general, as part of the Schwarz Group. Usually you do not have heard about that in most conferences I'm around, but we're actually Europe's biggest retailer group. So you sure know the name Lidl all over the world right now. So we are live in 35 countries, including even the US, or we have stores in 35 countries, even the US, or Kaufland, which is currently only in Europe. But we also do a lot of our own stuff, like, our own brands. So we have a huge production area as well. We have a very good or very big recycling company within our group, and our IT, for example, and other companies within the group. We are working for the Schwarz IT, which or I'm working for the Schwarz IT, which has 3,500 employees within the Schwarz group. We're doing everything around infrastructure, software development, services and support, and business consulting about everything that is relevant for this giant retail organization or retail group that we are working for. In a special way, I'm working for the StackIT, which is the cloud business within our Schwarz IT, but not only for Schwarz IT, but we are also pushing next year for the public market, doing not just cloud environments or providing cloud environments, not just for the Schwarz group, but also for small and mid-sized businesses in the public market. And one of our bigger products is our StackIT AppCloud. And the StackIT AppCloud basically is based on the Cloud Foundry. And what exactly is Cloud Foundry is the biggest question that I always get, because everybody, when we talk about cloud, everybody knows Kubernetes nowadays. So I even had some colleagues that use Kubernetes in a synonym with cloud, but there are way more cloud platforms than just Kubernetes, and Cloud Foundry basically is one of those cloud platforms. And the basic idea behind Cloud Foundry is very much put out in this haiku that comes from Onsi Fakuri, who was vice president of Pivotal, who introduced Cloud Foundry to the world and gave them to the open source community that is now working on it. And the haiku says, basically, here is my source code, run it on the cloud for me. I do not care how. And that's the basic idea behind it. If you're an application developer, especially working with Kubernetes, there's a good learning curve, a bit of a hard learning curve. I remember when I worked as an application developer the first time with Kubernetes, I was pretty overwhelmed by all of the configuration that you can do here. But to be honest, I did not care about the most things in the Kubernetes configuration. So the idea of Cloud Foundry is that this can all be abstracted away from you, and your target is just you want to run your application on the cloud. You don't want to define how exactly that cloud has to look, and you just want a scaling environment. And so for this, Cloud Foundry is basically an opinionated open source cloud native platform. And that's it. Very thanks for listening to this talk. No, joking. You could say it's the operating system of the cloud, because it's a complete stack of different components, from the application level on top down to the infrastructure as a service, or even in some cases down to bare metal. And it abstracts away all of the infrastructure related things that you might have to set up or to maintain, so that you as an application developer can concentrate on all of the application stuff. Looking at the individual components of the AppCloud or of Cloud Foundry in general, you can definitely fill a complete book with looking at the internal world of Cloud Foundry, and there is already a couple of very good books. So we can just fly over it just to show what exactly it does. So at the top level, basically, you have a routing with a Go router that creates routes for you and then exposes those routes via load balancing. To your applications underneath, you have an authentication layer that has an OAuth 2 server, which is named the User Access and Authentication, or short UAA. And basically, that gives you a lot of out-of-the-box user roles or access roles that you can use in order to manage that your users on the AppCloud or on the Cloud Foundry have just access to their own applications and not to the applications of other people within the space, because at the end it's all a shared space that is managed by a cloud controller and Diego. Diego is a bit like Kubernetes. It's basically an app lifecycle management tool that uses Diego cells, which are wrapped virtual machines that have everything in them already pre-installed that Diego needs in order to provision them and to run your applications on. And your applications are then running within a runc container runtime. So basically, AppCloud really allows you to run every containerized application in there. So that's the basic app execution. We also have service brokers to automatically instantiate and bind services to your application spaces. We have a message bus underneath and a log aggregator to get really the logs of every part of the Cloud Foundry stack, so that you as a running your app on that system get really all the information that you need. Again, this is just a very, very broad overview, and you can add even more components to that stack or look at more components to that stack in that stack. And I think we want to concentrate more on continuous deployment than on the Cloud Foundry, but I always think it's good to at least have heard those components once. So we want to do continuous deployment with Cloud Foundry, and as I already said with the introduction of the haiku, the idea of Cloud Foundry is to be as simple as possible and to, just we don't care about the details. We just want to have give over our code and then have it deployed to Cloud Foundry. And since it should be so simple, we could directly do a live demo and just find out if it is fulfilling that promise of being as simple as possible. But first, we have to talk about another concept within Cloud Foundry, which is organizations and spaces, because that's basically how we will interact with our Cloud Foundry or where our applications will be hosted. It's a bit like with clusters and nodes and Kubernetes, only different. Organizations are basically a logical cluster that has a role-based access control. So in organizations, that they are usually managed by org managers, or you can have read-only access for org auditors or different other roles. Typically, an organization is a project, a bigger project, or a complete department, or a team. Since it's just a very logical or just a logical cluster, there is no real, you have to do it like this way. So that you can be pretty open in your interpretation of orgs and spaces. An org can hold X spaces. That is what it really makes the difference between an organization and a space. And an org shares the resource quota plan for org levels. It shares all applications within it and all service availabilities, all custom domains. So basically everything that you create within an org or within a space that is in an org is shared within that organization. So giving access on your org level really gives access to everything within your project or department or team. And on the other side, you then have your spaces, which are basically the shared spaces for your applications. So every services and every routes and every applications that are within those spaces are then basically together. So for example, if you bind a service to a specific space, all applications within that space can easily access access that service. And everything is scoped to that space. So applications outside of your space cannot access services outside of their own space. That makes it easy. And then you have in the second level space developers that can interact with those spaces, as in comparison to org managers who can interact with the complete org. Space developers only can interact with their individual space. So if you are a complete department on an org level, then one individual team with the developers of that team being bound to one space really helps you organize your whole setup there. So it's typically an environment or a service or a team, depending on what your org is. But you can see you're pretty free in how you structure your Cloud Foundry setup or your team setup here. And even if that wouldn't be enough for you, you can use more roles and permissions, and even create your own role to permission mapping if that is what you need. So with that in mind, we have to create an organization and a space, And then we have to create a user that is able to access the space, a user for our pipelines that is able to access our space. Since you usually would connect your personal user to access the space on your own, but you wouldn't give this personal user to a pipeline for an automated access. We need another way on how to give our pipelines access to a space within our organization, and in best case, a very scoped access to just that space. For this, we have service accounts within Cloud Foundry. So with service accounts, that's pretty easy since you just have a marketplace. And in that marketplace, you can order or instantiate different services, like data services like a database or, elk stack for logging or something like that. And Space Scope service account is also just one of those services within Cloud Foundry that you can have. So if you have the Cloud Foundry CLI installed over your console, you can just check out the Space Scope service account in the CF Marketplace after logging into your Cloud Foundry API. And then you have different rights and for those Space Scope service accounts. Can be an auditor just reading, it can be a deployer also pushing changes on there. And then you just create a new service instance of the service account that gives you a user. Here you can just see we just create the service Space Scope service account, so a service account that is really just being able to access the space we are logged into, and then with the rights of a space deployer, and then we name it pipeline access. After this service account creation is done, we just have to create user credentials for this pipeline access user. And when that is done, we can check out this user credentials and use them in our automated pipelines. And that gives us access to our space. So demo time. And now really, as we this direction, as we already said, first thing that we need is always an application that we can push. Since continuous deployment, you have to deploy something. The good thing is the Cloud Foundry open source community has a lot of very good sample applications already that we can directly use. One of the sample applications is, for example, here the first one, Spring Music. It's just a basic, basic Spring application that is showing some albums. And here is nothing special, just as I said, the basic Spring Boot application. The only thing that is different is this manifest file. In this manifest file, you can define some basic configurations for our Cloud Foundry environment. So we just define the application with an application name, a memory limit. We define that it should get a random root since we get directly provisioned, all of the load balancing and the public root that we can directly access our application in. We define where it can find the artifact that we want to publish, which in this case is just the Spring Music jar after building it. And then some environment variables at the end as well to directly push into our space as a environment variable within the space. So that's the only special thing in here. Besides that, it's just a normal Spring application, and you could use any other jar application for this. And on the other side, what you also need is Cloud Foundry space. So in this case, we go to our StackIT portal, and then I just created in our StackIT project a Cloud Foundry environment, or a Cloud Foundry org in this case. This Cloud Foundry org is now just our WeAreDevelopers org. And if we then go onto our prod space, for example, we can directly go into our console, which is the Stratos UI that some people might know from Kubernetes as well. There you can also use Stratos, and there we can check out our applications. As you see, currently there are no applications since we have nothing deployed yet. I just created that space, so there's nothing in it. And this we want to change with deploying our Spring Music example application onto it, and not even deploying it onto it just so, but we want to deploy it continuously. So what I did is create a fork of the example. As you can see, it's just a Spring Music example, and I didn't change much, but create a GitHub Actions workflow. You might have seen GitHub Actions workflows already. It's a very, very cool tool from GitHub where you can automate workflows, basically just like any other pipeline out there. They've done a great job there. I think it came out last year or just last year, but already used it quite a lot. So it's really good. So what we have in here is basically our release YAML, which is the pipeline that we have. We trigger it on every push on the onto the master branch. And then, we just define some environment variables that we have in the secrets. I did some magic trick here already and added all the environment variables that we need as it's in secrets as secrets within here. So as you already saw in the presentation slides, I created my own service or SpaceScope service account, and then put the password of the credentials and the name here just in the secrets. So nothing special here. And in our workflow, we can then directly access them without telling everybody what our password is. So what we do in here is just we check out our code. We set up our JDK to basically build our application with a build so that we have the jar artifact. And then we have a Cloud Foundry container that we just built with a Docker container. And then we run it with environment variables that we give over as well as a special command. Looking into that container shows us a bit more what it does here basically. So all we do is, again, we install the CF CLI, in this case the CF7 CLI, and then we just go into an entry point where we basically add the jar file and the manifest that we need in order to, well, the artifact that we want to deploy, and the manifest with the environment variables and every configuration that Cloud Foundry needs, as well as an entry point to start this deployment procedure. And then in this entry point, all we do is we define the Cloud Foundry API from our environment variables that we added in our pipeline. We authenticate us with our SpaceScope service account. And if it has access to more than one organization or space, we define the org and target that we want. And after that, we just do nothing but call the CF CLI and give over whatever order basically they we want to give into that. So with that, we created a Docker container that can run any CF CLI command against our Cloud Foundry API logged in with our SpaceScope service account. into the exact org and space that we define in here. So pretty easy stuff, and that leads us again to our release YAML, where we at the end just use our CF tagged Docker container to run the command push, which is the magic command that deploys applications just on the Cloud Foundry. So, and since we also want to see how it works, we can just go into the source and into main and resources, because we need a push to master. Just using this example data here, we can just change it to let's do it my name, and then CF to CD to CF. All right, it's pretty rocking, and I was born in 1991, so we can just keep it like that and commit the change directly to our master branch, which will directly trigger our workflow. As you can see here within actions, we have our release workflow that is now running. So all it does is now deploying, setting up the job, and then building the Java application so that we have the jar artifact that we want to deploy onto our Cloud Foundry, and then we build our Cloud Foundry container, which we can use to push our application, and then we will run this push command against our Cloud Foundry container. And after running the push command against our Cloud Foundry container, we should then already see our application within our Cloud Foundry environment. It's just that easy. So now somebody of you, or some people of you who were really listening to the setup of our Cloud Foundry and the components with our Cloud Foundry might be a bit irritated by one thing. And that thing basically is that we said, or I said in the components overview, that the application execution really is looking at a run C container runtime managed by Garden. So if we have a run C container runtime as really the runtime environment for all of our cloud applications in here, how can it be that we just push a jar file and we dockerize not the jar file or not the artifact that we want to push, but we dockerize only we just create a Docker container for the Cloud Foundry CLI, only for the CF CLI to be independent of the underlying underlying systems. Shouldn't we also containerize the jar file if it has to run on a run C container environment? And yes, that's right. We definitely should containerize our application as well. And we cannot just run Java application within this Diego cell, even though it's just a wrapped virtual machine. We don't have a JVM or anything else running there, and it would be hard to have every runtime environment for every other application type or language, framework, whatever on there as well. So definitely we have to containerize this application, because but we don't have to do it as application developer, because looking back again at the motto of Cloud Foundry is, just take my code and deploy it on the cloud, because I don't care how you actually do it. I just want it to be scalable and to be deployed on the cloud, because it's a fancy buzzword. And in this case, creating a Docker container, you would again have to manage, the understanding the infrastructure of your application, or that your application needs within that container. And that would again not fit to the mission. So Cloud Foundry has a very neat magic trick to get around that problem, and that magic trick is called build packs, because build packs can containerize your app on their own with style. So build packs are basically the containerization methods of Cloud Foundry, because Cloud Foundry uses Diego as container orchestrator, Garden as container manager, and runc as container runtime. So every app is executed as isolated and containerized process, which means that you have to containerize it. You can just use Docker images for that, but again, Cloud Foundry has a magic trick to containerize it on your own. And that magic tricks are build packs, which essentially are just 3 scripts that run. The first one is detect, which just detects what kind of app framework or runtime you want to push. The second one is compile, where your application is extended, or the container itself is extended with all the required dependencies, which also would include drivers to your services, for example, PostgreSQL, everything that your application needs to interact with that. And the release date is then preparing the whole build for the execution. And those 3 staging, or it's called staging, those 3 steps lead to a droplet. And having a droplet plus a file system is then basically your container image that you can just use to run in your runc. There are a lot of build packs already from the public community, but you can also use your own or create your own build packs and use them, reference them remotely, or check with the Cloud Foundry operations team to upload them. So looking at build packs, we should now have our run complete. So we basically have the run CF push, which is the very important part for us. So you can see we check out the environment variables, and then push against, authenticate, use the CF target to target the right space and org. Then we upload our files, which are basically here we apply the manifest YAML first to create the application. Here we upload the files, which is the jar artifact that we want to push. And then we have the staging. As we already said, this staging app is basically, or as we already heard, the staging part is the build pack containerization. And here you can see the different build packs that are provided by our platform and are directly downloaded and checked against. This is now the step because we didn't define within the manifest or within the push what kind of build pack it needs to do or it needs to take. So it just goes through the whole list of build packs and does a detect on every of that build pack until it comes to a Java detect, and then it says, all right, it's a Java application. So let's download that build pack and then package it or stage it until you have a droplet, and then you upload the droplet. You wait for the application start until the droplet is started. Here we can see that it started, and here we already see the route that was directly created with the application start. Looking at our Stratos console, needing to go in there as well. We are now in our WeAreDevelopers org with the prod space, and usually the application should just be here, and it's here, and it is deployed and online. So looking into our log stream, we can see that the application successfully started, and everything should be fine. So going to the routes again, this is the route that is provisioned, and going into that, we directly see our application, which now has my album in here as well. And we could now revert those changes directly again, leading to the application being pushed again against against this application. And since we already have the application and we already have the root assigned to that application. It would just do a restage and not a complete new creation, leading to this root being completely available over all the time, because with the CFCLI 7 you also have rolling updates, so it would just stop the old instance when it starts the new one, when it successfully started the new one, making continuous deployment to the AppCloud really, really easy, and to Cloud Foundry with that really, really easy. So to close it, the next steps you could do now is create and bind services automatically to your application space, create some scaling rules, some configuration on, some rules how your application should scale up and down according to the resource usage of it. You could add some infrastructure as code to Cloud Foundry as well. And, there is a lot you can do after this first step of pushing your application. So with that being said, I think we're good in time for some questions.
Great. Thank you so much for that presentation there, Dominik. We do indeed have a number of questions. So first off, just a quick one. Is Cloud Foundry like the domain controller of Windows?
I don't really know how the domain controller in Windows is working, so I would just say potentially no. Sorry.
No worries. Could you possibly shed some light on how scaling works in Cloud Foundry?
Yeah, sure. So basically you have, we can just look into that. We have an additional component now here in Stratus, an additional component, which is our app autoscaler. And your resources are always shared within the Diego cells. So Diego manages to shove around your applications to different cells. You don't have a control over in which cell your application is. So scaling up or scaling down is not like in Kubernetes. One resource, is directly put to one node, and then you just scale up the nodes. That's not like how Diego is working. You don't have one Diego cell for one application, and then you scale up your Diego cells, because they are pretty big VMs at the end. So all you can do is just scale out your application, so saying how much instances it has. For example, here we can create a bit like like you would with nodes within Kubernetes. We can create a minimum and a maximum, and then go up to say, all right, we need a scaling rule. So whenever I don't know, the CPU load is over over whatever 10%, then you scale up a new instance. And if it's under that, you scale down again. So this is basically how you would create scaling or automated scaling within Cloud Foundry. But you can also just use the CF-CLI and scale on yourself. Just do a CF scale and then the number of instances that you want to currently have running there. And all the rest, all behind it, on which VMs it is running, and that it's not just running on one VM, but on several VMs at the same time, if there are more than one instances. All of that is being done by Diego, so you don't have to care about it, but just have to say, all right, I need so many instances minimum, so many maximum, and here's the threshold when you should scale.
Great. Thank you so much for that in-depth response there, Dominik. So can you possibly share some information about container security on Cloud Foundry?
Yeah, so in general, I think the best way to have secure containers on Cloud Foundry is always integrating Snyk into your processes using Docker containers that can be sniffed out by Snyk, and then being secure with that. The build packs are publicly available that containerize your applications. So there you also have, continuous checks by the open security, by the by the open source community about the security of the build packs and the containers that are coming out of those build packs at the end. Besides that, I think it's always good that your applications or your containers running in Cloud Foundry are very, very scoped, and also the access to those containers is very, very restricted. In Cloud Foundry, you have a principle that is called application security groups, with which you can really restrict the access to your whole system or to your whole application very much. And yeah, so with that, I think it has quite a good level of container security with even build packs. And at the end, again, you can just also use Docker containers where you have more control over the container images itself.
Gotcha. Does it make sense to migrate existing apps and infrastructure to Cloud Foundry, or should you plan Cloud Foundry only from the beginning of a project?
It definitely makes sense. The problem only is that Cloud Foundry really pushes for 12-factor apps. So we do not have any persisted storage for the application runtime, which means that your applications definitely have to be stateless. So something like persisted volumes in Kubernetes is not possible within Cloud Foundry. That makes some migrations potentially not not good, not possible. But on the other side, if you already have a stateless application that can run wherever, the migration is definitely not a problem to Cloud Foundry.
Awesome. So we're talking about CI/CD at the moment. Like, are there any new approaches that have come about, or than CI/CD pipelines themselves?
I mean, there sure are a couple of new approaches how you can get your applications up and running within different cloud environments. I currently do not really know about some newer forms. We are still, focusing a lot on using different forms of pipelines. But it's more like the trends for us, at least within our company, is more to get more dedicated pipelines in. Also, like introducing Snyk for shifting the security more left, and having better checks within your pipelines. So we are not yet changing away from pipelines.
Awesome. Good to hear. Can Cloud Foundry be implemented as highly available?
Yeah, generally. It's we have, at least as a cloud provider, general availability of our services are definitely main targets here. And for your applications, as soon as you scale up to more than one instance, I think it's pretty much guaranteed that you have high availability. At least the stability and availability of the platform is one of our main focuses here.
Great. Just a couple more. So would you say that Cloud Foundry is only good for applications like stateless front-end applications, or are there other things?
Yeah, so again, with the restrictions of having stateless applications, because there is no application storage, and every state that you want to save, you have to use data services that you can bind to your application. So you could bind a Redis database, or any event service to it. For example, we have a RabbitMQ as well in our catalog here for such use cases. So in this case, you can't really use stateful applications. That's the only big restriction. Besides that, I don't see that much restrictions here. But I think in general, it's debatable if stateful applications should be pushed to the cloud anyways. So in this case, I would say every cloud-ready load is also good for Cloud Foundry.
Awesome. That's really cool to hear. And final question, and wondering if you could give us sort of a high-level scoop here. What is the main difference between container, cloud, and serverless?
The difference between container, cloud, and serverless, I mean, that's 3 different levels of things. So containers are basically wrappers around your applications. Usually you would use, complete virtual machines to run your applications, and historically speaking, but VMs are huge things. So you can throw a lot out of those containers, like most of the OS stuff that you don't need for running your application. So the IT community came up with containers that are very small, smaller sizes than virtual machines, to wrap your application around an environment that has everything that application needs to run. A cloud basically is the virtualization of different resources from the data, from various data centers usually, that are available over the internet with a self-service to get stuff provided. It's just the runtime within usually containered applications, but not exclusively containered applications are running in. And the third thing in the mix was the serverless, which is basically the new hot stuff around in the last couple of months and years, which is that if your application does not need to be there for all of the time, but it's just basically a function that is triggered with a specific trigger, why should you pay like 100% of the time for this application if you just need it on some time? So there was the idea of creating functions that can be triggered and then just use resources whenever they are triggered. And that is basically the very broad, very high level principle behind serverless, or the idea behind serverless.
Thank you.
Which is currently not supported by Cloud Foundry yet. You can create, or by our Cloud Foundry, but you can create some or have some components besides that, like a task scheduler, with which you could also do serverless within Cloud Foundry. Sorry for interrupting there.
No. You honestly, you provided a lot of clarity, and you also did a very great whistle-stop tour of the difference between the 3 of those things. Thank you so much for your time here, Dominik. We've had so many questions in this past 10 minutes. You've absolutely knocked them out of the park. For anyone else who has any more questions during this session, Dominik will be in the chat for a bit and can answer them too, or we can forward them on to, and you can get in touch with Dominik. All of his details are there. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick 9-minute break, and we're going to be back at the top of the hour. So that'll be at 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock, depending on which time zone you're in. So it's 2 o'clock CET. And that is going to be for Demystifying DevOps, pros, cons, do's, and don'ts. So we'll see you back here in 9 minutes' time.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Snyk's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Snyk, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Snyk. Develop fast. Stay secure. When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Snyk's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Snyk, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Snyk. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Thank you for joining us. And if you'd seen the first presentation as well with Dominik, thank you again, Dominik, for such a great presentation here. So now we're on to our next thing. We are going to be doing a great panel called DevOps Demystifying It, right? So we're going to go over the do's, don'ts, pros and cons of it. And I am joined by a couple of incredible human beings. So I'd love to introduce them. We've got Frank and Idir with us today, and I'm going to pick their brains about all things DevOps. Hey, Frank.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Hi. Good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, doing very well. Would you guys both like to quickly introduce yourselves to the crowd?
Sure.
Frank
I think
first?
Frank, you go first.
Okay.
I can. So my name is Frank Dornberger. I am based in Hamburg, working for a company called movingimage. I'm in the role of team lead of a DevSecOps team of a SaaS video platform.
Awesome. And Idir?
Cool. So yeah, I'm Idir Ouhab. I'm actually working right now as a staff solution engineer at Splunk. And yeah, I mean, personally, I worked as a software engineer. Then I worked more into more infrastructure piece. And yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you today.
It's a pleasure having you here. I'm really, really excited to just sort of get very intrusive on all of your experiences when it comes to DevOps. So let's dive right in. I mean, let's start with Idir. Can you tell us about sort of your DevOps journey? I feel like people on this call know what DevOps is, sorry. But how did you get involved in it? How did it come across with your teams? Yeah, go.
Yeah. So yeah, basically the way that we started, or I got involved into DevOps. It was I started working in a very small company where we're like about 15 to 20 people. And yeah, it gets really hard when you have only like a developer working, and then you have someone from infrastructure, and then you have a manager coming around. And let's imagine that, I don't know, you have someone sick or someone who really is really busy, and you need to have an update or something because there is a crucial update to production. So back in the days, we have to wait until someone was free, asking for help. If he wasn't really keen or didn't have time to work on that, you can spend like 2 or 3 good days and having something done. And luckily, things have changed, and that's what we embraced the DevOps. And I just want to say that I am not the kind of person who thinks that DevOps is a role, but it's more about a culture and a way to do things, like it's a process itself.
I think that's a really fascinating way to end that. The fact that when we talk about DevOps, it's about a culture, and that's something that's really hard for people to grasp. I mean, culture is a very difficult thing. Frank, what about you? How did you get involved with it?
So I would say it started about 10 years ago. DevOps was not like one of the buzzwords back then. I was also working as an infrastructure engineer back then, moving stuff to the cloud. And the engineering team I worked with was about 4 or 5 times more power in terms of people that wanted something out of me. And oftentimes I faced this situation like, oh, we need something now, or you need to go to production with this right now. So the planning was hard. Oftentimes also this worked on my computer. Now it's your problem in production. And, the whole thing, databases being publicly accessible because they were misconfigured in dev environments, things of that nature, only surfaced once I get involved. So sometimes we had to roll back certain things as well, or go back to square one to work things over. And then at one point I was just like, why don't you just invite me to your sprint plannings? Why don't you involve me basically in the planning phase? Because you're experts in writing software, not in operating them on infrastructure or caring about infrastructure per se. So involve me early, so you're not just handing software that now needs to somehow run on production, but we make sure that even the dev or the staging environments are configured in a similar way, just in smaller sizes. But the good practices are basically there since the initiation of any project. And I very happy that Idir said that DevOps is not a role, but it's a culture. I'm even a strong advocate of having people in teams that are specialized into infrastructure or security or software. So you have the best of everything, but they work together hand in hand.
That's
Can
really
I share something? One of the, because Frank mentioned something, and I remember the first time we were all actually thinking about this, trying to move into the DevOps mindset was when we had like a big outage, and of course it was 5 years ago when AWS went down, unfortunately. And if AWS goes down, then we all like scared. So we had to. I was actually on call that day. It was 4 a.m. I didn't know what to do. And I didn't know anything about infrastructure. I didn't know anything about other applications. So, we had this on-call system where you just click the button when you woke up every single person that is in your department, and they had to all wake up at 4 a.m. And after that, I was pretty sure that we could have saved a lot of time and basically the sleep if I could have learned something else besides my applications.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think so this kind of leads me to, like, from what I'm hearing from both of you, it was for want of a better term, I feel like DevOps and embracing that culture and trying to start it up was born out of frustration of existing processes, rather than a case of we need to we want to like try and do like make ourselves more efficient and everything. It's more of a case of we need to get some action, need to remove obstacles and everything too. So that, I mean, I'm getting nods from both of you, so I assume that was a correct assumption to make. I mean, have you seen it now in your organizations, and also as you've gone on, like adoption of DevOps coming before you get to the point of frustration, and more so a case of people are seeing it make a real impact to the way that people are developing?
You want to go first, Frank?
So I would say every organization in which I've been involved that embraces a DevOps culture eventually is more successful than one that tries to do, dev versus ops, just because you remove a lot of the friction and you design systems in a more robust way from basically day one. I'm also a strong advocate, maybe because of my current role, that it's not just about dev and ops, but security needs to be involved as well. Because if you design systems that violate security protocols, you can push them into production. Or let's say if you're in a regulated industry and you have to pass audits at times, you need to bake in security also from this early phase on, and you cannot just solve security once it's in production.
So when you're asking about if I have seen that some companies, or at least the ones I worked, they decided to move to DevOps or to embrace DevOps before frustration, I wouldn't say yes 100%. I would say 80% of that, because there was always some people who are visionaries where they really thought about it before, and usually the ones who got more workload or more things to do, or the ones who were more curious about what to do around the companies. But I want to split it between the big companies and the smaller ones. The smaller ones, I think, since you are already used to the traction of basically moving fast, doing things quickly, you're already embracing it without even noticing it. When we are talking about bigger companies, it's quite different, because you have to make the change and you have to notify to every single person in the company that they haven't made the change. And usually, even if they are frustrated, they don't want to move, because probably the change might cause even more frustration. So for some companies, I would say yes, they decided to move even earlier, but some others, they can't do it. Just they can't, I believe. That's my opinion. I'm not saying it's
I would tend to say the companies that did not move based on frustration to DevOps, but based on visionary, they probably went through frustration in like a company or two ago, and therefore figured out it needs to work differently.
I think that's probably a happy medium there. I think that what's also interesting to hear, so Idir, you mentioned that smaller companies are sort of walking into DevOps without even trying necessarily. But Frank, you also mentioned the fact that you have to have other things, for example, like security, also woven in. So how do you how would you advise organizations that are not necessarily on the visionary side of things to be able to weave security in? And then also, Idir, how would you suggest companies that are just sort of walking into DevOps to try and adopt security right from the get-go as well? Frank first.
That's a tricky one. So I would say for companies that are, let's say, in a startup phase where money is of the essence, security is often ignored to the point of we're dealing with security once we have problems or once we need to, just because money is scarce and security is expensive. You're usually not getting it as a freebie. Either you need to, have expensive tooling in place, or you need specialized engineers, or you need to delay everything to make it super hardened. So you basically hope for the best in many cases. If you're a large organization, because you are already successful and because, let's say, major media attention around security can hurt your business, it's a risk assessment. What if you do nothing? What is the risk associated with not doing anything about security? And then it's basically not doing anything potentially loses you that amount of money. Doing something costs you that amount of money. So you balance the two against each other and decide what to do.
Yeah. So to add, because actually Frank said everything that I was thinking about, to be honest, but I want to add something in terms of security. In terms of, two of the principles of DevOps, it's usually the continuous integration and continuous deployment. You make sure that whenever you do something, it's always up to date. It's always ready to go to production. But back in the days, and I'm talking not about like 20 years ago. I didn't start working that early, but I'm talking about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, where for us, continuous integration and continuous deployment, it was mainly about running tests and making sure that the test cases that you had are ready to go to production. Nobody was caring, at least in my places of work, and right now I'm working more into the customer-facing roles where I had a chance to talk with other teams. Nobody cares that much about security, and they don't even think about integrating security into it. So as Frank said, there are two options. It's like your door at your house. You can buy like a really nice locker and nice nice door to make sure that nobody gets into your house, or just save and basically spend a lot of money, or just keep the money and put like a really cheap one, but eventually someone will break in. So is it the value that you have inside your house? Is it that high that you have to spend the money or not? So the same happens with the technology. How much money are you willing to lose if you are not introducing the security within the DevOps? In the DevOps process. That makes sense.
So that's an interesting point about sort of the financial side of things, because DevOps is usually synonymous with things like efficiency, right? And that is, that translates into money and everything too. So I guess a quick question would be, a pre-question to that is, how long have both of you been working in a DevOps culture for, roughly?
I would say 4 years. Since like this big thing happened, we started to move. So if we take the point of, the first day where we started like moving, I would say 4 to 5 years now.
Great.
Closer to 10 years.
Awesome. So what I would love to hear is to understand at what point did you really start seeing the benefit of adopting a DevOps or DevSecOps culture?
Pretty quickly, to be honest. It was, but I would say also we all agreed to start changing our mindset. And as soon as you get everybody on board, the outcome is extremely fast. And I'm just telling you, as soon as you get like a big project going on and you have like a small team, and you see that you are able to achieve all your milestones extremely faster than previously, then you say, I don't know how did I live before without the DevOps, like mindset.
Yeah, so if we take DevOps versus DevSecOps, I would say the move from Dev versus Ops to DevOps, you see within a sprint or two the benefits from it, depending a bit also on your project size or the length of that you can bring a change to production. But it's fairly immediate. As soon as you have concluded the first spike or sprint where you had some DevOps effects in it, you will see the benefits from it. DevSecOps is a bit more tricky, I would say, because implementing not much security to good security, it's a painful process. It's a lengthy process, and everyone will hate you at least for half a year to come before they would say, "Oh, now I see the positive effect of it."
And also because what Frank is saying, well, I think related to the topic we were talking, we were discussing previously, until you don't see that something hurts you, you don't see the value. And if I didn't get any issue previously, and you are telling me to prevent, and I usually have a lot of things to do, so you're just telling me park the stuff I'm doing to take care of something that still didn't happen. By the day that happens, they say, "Oh, I'm really happy that I met you."
So that's a really interesting thing that I'd love to sort of segue onto it for just a second as well, because both of you have mentioned like when your teams have bought into it, like when people have sort of sit and they're ready for it and they are trying to adopt this culture. How do you get them there? Like how do you convince developers that DevOps is a good thing?
It's Frank, you can go first if you want.
No, go first.
Yeah, so usually it's not about convincing. As you mentioned, in our case, nobody had to tell us that was right, but you have to analyze your situation currently. So as I told you, in the cases, my previous companies, the places I worked, it wasn't that we suddenly said, "Hey guys, we don't have anything else to do. Let's start doing DevOps." It was because actually we're thinking things are not going right. We are not happy. I mean, you go for work and you try to be happy and try to do things like as fun as possible. And as we all, I think most of us like, when things are moving forward, you have this feeling of happiness. When you see that things are going slow and you're not moving forward and frustrated, you have to rethink about the ways you're doing. It doesn't mean that you are doing things wrong. It means that you can do them better. So it's not about convincing. It's about making sure that everybody understands, agrees of the pain points. We all are getting hurt by the same. I mean, I don't know. I'm very into the monitoring space. And let's assume that there is an outage, I don't know, in the infrastructure. Nobody likes when they come to you, which you are working in a different department, telling you, "Hey, you have to fix it," and you don't even know how to start. You would love to, but you can't. So you have to talk to somebody else, and you spend a day. And I think most of us, we face that one. We're basically using Slack, pinging every single person in the company, and you still don't get the answer. That's a frustration. Then you turn off your laptop, you almost cry, and then you wake up in the next day trying to figure out how to fix that problem. And then, as I said, the next day when we're already using DevOps, you find out that it's not that difficult. It might take you some time. It's a challenge. I'm not saying it's really easy to do. It's a pain as well to move, but you can see the benefit, and they will see it.
Okay.
Yeah, for the first team in which we approached DevOps methodologies, as said back then, we were not even aware that we were doing it. It just felt for us that's the right thing to do, because we were facing frustrations as well. It's I wouldn't say there was a lot of blame game, but it was about uncertainty. Where is the problem? Is it infrastructure related? Is it the CDN has an issue? Is it the application has a problem? So we spend a lot of time figuring out what's going on. So we clearly lacked visibility into how do we diagnose a problem quickly to figure out what's required to do. Now, if things go wrong, as a change is introduced into a system, it's likely that this is the root cause of it. But if things go wrong at 2 a.m. where no one deployed something, it's not so clear anymore. Do you have race conditions in your system? Is a hard disk suddenly full? Or, and if you then start figuring out things on the fly, you spend precious time that if you have a 24 operating infrastructure or a website or any service that is used around the clock, no one wants to see downtimes.
Yeah,
that makes sense. And it's so refreshing to hear that. I mean, what I'm hoping is that by the sounds of it, like it's something that you can see return of investment, or you can try to adopt pretty easily. It's a low barrier to entry kind of mind frame, right? But I think that what I'd also be curious to hear about is that although it sounds like, you know, the holy grail, like it's all smiles and sunshine, I'd love to hear your experiences of when it's not really worked, or like when the adoption hasn't worked, or where there's been some clashes, whether it's within culture or anything. So would love to pick your brains on that.
You want to go first, Idir?
Yeah, it's fine. So yeah, you're right. I mean, basically, when I think it's not black or white, they are like grays in the middle. So sometimes it doesn't really work. Sometimes it's not the right time. As I said, one of the key reasons or ways to move, it's basically that it demands a proper mindset across the entire company. So everybody has to be aligned, because as soon as we have people, I'm not saying they don't want to, but they don't have the time usually to move around, it's really hard, and it will cause like a pain among the team members, where they eventually refuse to change because say, hey, we tried it already, it's too difficult. Let's stay in the previous process. That's the problem. When you try something in a not proper way, then you just give up. And the second thing, it's about like transitioning, because it's not only, let's assume that we agree, we're all happy about moving, but then I have to transition. I mean, I have worked with companies where you have a lot of legacy things that it's not just, yeah, let's move everything, which is fine. We can do, you have to plan properly. And I think it should be like baby steps. You don't need to suddenly in 6 months to be a master of DevOps, but you have to make sure that you have a planning. You say, that's what we have, and that's what we would like, or that's our bandwidth. So do we really have the time? Do we really have the outcome? Because as I said, we are working usually for companies. They are also expecting like a return of investment. We need to make sure that we are giving it. And the transition usually takes time more, but I think it's usually when you change something, it always takes time. But DevOps also does it, and it's about changing everything and not just a single piece.
Right.
So there's a few things that can go wrong. I would say the most important one is making sure you're not losing talent, or you're not leaving people behind, because cultural shifts are usually about making sure that people understand the benefits of it, and you're not dividing your teams into the believers and the non-believers. You should not end up having a divided workforce as a result of it. So especially the ones that are not embracing it right away, for their respective managers, they have work to do to make sure that the people understand why this is beneficial, and also, hear their pains and their fears, because some people may just fear, I'm not a fit for this company anymore. I lack, knowledge in X, Y, or Z. So take them serious and address their concerns. It's not about, getting rid of you because you're too slow or you're not following this new practice or so, but give them a vision where to go and ensure them that they are part of that vision. So that's one thing I would say, the people part of it. Another one is, hand in hand with DevOps usually goes agile methodologies. If you embrace DevOps, you should embrace agile methodologies as well, be that Scrum, Kanban, or anything else. And very important there is, if you want to do agile development, you need to have agile management. Let me explain why. If as an engineering team, you think you can shift priorities as they come in and as you think they are important, if your product team does want a feature on date X, no matter what, you cannot develop agile because you have a deadline that needs to be met. And it doesn't stop with just product, but with like top management as well. If the CEO expects a deliverable on a certain day, you need to bring it on that moment. Otherwise, there is a clash in expectations between engineering and product or upper management. So in my last hiring process, I had the pleasure to talk to the CEO beforehand, and I was like, are you a fan of agile methodologies? And he said, yes. I was like, are you a fan of agile management? And he started to smile. And I was like, is that a good or is it a bad smile? He's like, I know where you're going, and yes, I'm a fan of agile management, because I cannot have agile developers if I put waterfall project planning on top of it, or waterfall management on top of it. So that was a good thing for me, and one of the convincing points to say, you know what, this is a company that I think is a cultural fit for me. And then be ready for errors, because where you can have errors will be made, especially when people try new things. And some of them can be prevented by just not making them possible, but you also need to make sure that your systems become more robust and error tolerant. An example from my past, my CTO asked us to work on site reliability, disaster recovery, the whole package there. So we worked on a method to bring up basically a clone of our cloud data center into a second region. When we were done with that work, we wanted to tear down the disaster recovery environment, but we were in the wrong workspace, and we started to tear down production. Now, if you automate certain things and you don't have gatekeepers in place that prevent you from doing that, once those commands are executed, they run. You can just see your stack crumbling in front of you. You cannot stop it anymore. And that's what I mean with, if errors can happen, they will. So make sure they are as hard as possible to be executed.
Yeah. And something else to add, but I would never beat like what just Frank said about tearing down production. But Deos is not also that, it's not it's very flexible. So you just need to, you don't need to take it as a book where you say I have to do A, B, and C, and if I don't do it, then I'm not doing a great thing. No, it's really flexible. And you need to find a way where it works for you and your team, and that's really important. And it's like saying I'm not doing Deos because I'm not using Kubernetes. That's not true. You can avoid using Kubernetes, but still doing those, because as I said, it's a set of tools, it's a mindset. It's not about using one specific thing.
Yeah. One approach I had to learn through a lot of pain is also making sure that when you carry out the change, you think about what can go wrong. And it may sound like, why would you introduce this bureaucratic approach? But think about database changes. If you do changes to a schema or to content of it, and you suddenly figure out usually you carry out the database change with a software change. Now, if you roll forward those changes and then you figure out you have a bug in your software, you can easily roll back the software. But if you have no means to roll back the database changes, you end up in a situation where you start to panic because you have an incompatible database in front of you with the software that used to run, or you need to fix the software because the database cannot be rolled back. And this is something that you should be aware of upfront and try to mitigate it as much as you can. Because as said, when error can happen, eventually they will. Not necessarily with every deployment, but try to avoid being in that situation as often as you can.
Absolutely. I've been taking a ton of notes, and you've actually anticipated, both of you anticipated some of the questions that I was going to ask even. So, for example, I think that pretty much every organization that is trying to adopt DevOps needs a poster of Frank's face with it saying you can't have agile methodologies without agile management. But then also Idir, something that you really highlighted just then, which was something that I was curious about, is do you tend to is it important that you have this cookie cutter holistic approach to DevOps, or is it something that you can actually mold based on your organization's needs and how your teams work or what they work with? So that's really interesting to hear. Now, something that both of you mentioned and touched on actually was pressure. Pressure, there is, whether it's pressure of, am I the right person for this in terms of, do I have the right skills and the right approach and right mindset, or pressure in the sense of, do we have the right time frame to be able to adopt this culture? Is it the right time to be able to do it as well? In your experiences, how have you managed to find that balance? Because that sounds incredibly hard. And Idir, you mentioned you can have developers come back to you and just basically say, oh, it's not working because we've given it a few weeks. we're going to scrap it completely. How do you balance and persist?
The worst part, I can tell you, I was working like the team I worked in delivery here back in the days, that we had like people actually standing like behind us, say, hey, it's not working, and they were actually waiting for us to fix it. And you had other things to do, but you have like a couple of people waiting for you. It's like, hey, it's not working, it's production. When are you gonna fix it? And it's like, yeah, I mean, you can wait over there, but it will be hard. So as you said, the pressure is always there, especially if we have to deliver, and we can't forget that we are working to give an outcome. I mean, most of the times, not probably if you are working as a project, you don't need to. But it's, as I said, proper planning. What we did, as I give you one of the examples, what we started to do, we had like a huge API, but huge one. I mean, it was managed by close to 100 backend developers. It was quite big. You can imagine, like, before you touch something, you have to talk to this other person at the desk and make sure that it was very difficult. Tests were like the best ones, because again, when you're rushing, when you're running a lot, you don't. We try to cut the edge usually, and I feel even guilty sometimes when I did it, because you have to, or you think you have to. So what we try to do, it's okay. We have pressure, and they're assuming that you have more than one team. Let's pick one person or two of this. I don't know, two of your teammates, and make an analysis of what can you do alone first of all, and how can you help the other team. So let's imagine that you have, and again, I'm just giving an assumption here, the payment part, one of the most important things of a company, like the checkout page or the checkout like backend. How can we make sure that we are moving it in a way where if in ever they fails, someone else can work with you? So what we do is, like, we pick two of these team members, they analyze, they say, okay, that's the part of the checkout. Can we start doing a standalone thing and start sitting with a different team members, different teams, and tell them or teach them how is it working, and how we are managing, or we want to improve it, and really work pretty well. We had, like, I would say, one session per week where they were sitting with us. We were explaining to every single team how it was working. They gave us the ideas, and it was great. It's not because we were teaching them, but we learned a lot, because of course we're just two of us thinking, but we have 7 more brains, and really smart ones, telling us their opinion, and you take notes. And at the end, we were able to move everything in a year time. It sounds a lot, but it's not that much. But in a year time, every single person, that company was able to manage or to change whatever it was needed. So we didn't need to have like 7 people on call. We just had to have 3 people on call. We cut it by half, the number of people. And we have a lot of pressure, because we had to deliver a big project I think it was in, I don't know, 8 to 9 months. But again, you just need to see that after 6 months, this huge or enormous change helped a lot, and everybody's happy. And we, of course, when the morale goes up, everything goes way better, and they are more keen to learn. And you have the queue, instead of people queuing, asking to fix something, people to ask you, and they're telling you, show me how did you do it? Which is that, I think, when you get to that point, you basically succeeded.
So that's where it sort of becomes almost self-feeding. It becomes organic in how it is. And I guess that's something that's quite important that you might need to do is almost tracking progress, tracking success. Like, how did you manage to stay aware of the progression of the culture, or progression of work, or the change to almost get that buy-in, if you did?
Yeah. In our case, the way we do it, tracking it, it was as I said, in our case, we were not tracking that. I mean, these 2 members, they were actually, I'm pretty sure they were tracking everything. But the change was when the people start to changing from fix it to sitting next to you, telling you, I want to know how to. To me, it's not enough to know to fix it. What I want right now is to learn how did you fix it, because if it happens again, and then you see that, as I said, we were like a small startup. Like it wasn't really small, but we were like still a startup. And then that's the time or the point where you realize that things have changed a lot, and the mindset has changed. Probably not every single person was like that, because some people have way more pressure, and the time that you spend in front of the computer doesn't allow them to see what's going outside. But of course, you have to spend a little bit more of time. But you need the support of your team, and there is a, let's say, the break event when they start like caring more about how instead of do it.
Excellent. By the way, we've just had another question through. Just a quick heads up to folks listening in as well. If you do have any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat and the Q&A, and we'll try and throw them in here. But this is a really interesting one. So we did sort of touch on the fact that you don't necessarily have to have a holistic cookie cutter approach to DevOps. It can be what you make it, depending on what your organization needs. Does that also extend to Agile? Like, does DevOps require Agile methodologies?
I wouldn't say it necessarily does require it. They just synergize well, in my opinion. Because, you know, if you want to make things right, sometimes they take longer. And if you do them in a waterfall approach, you do not necessarily have that. So what can you do? You need to cut things. You cut features, you cut resilience, you cut good approaches or good practices. You need to rush things. Therefore, if DevOps is the idea of DevOps is you deliver things that are more robust, that are on a stable foundation. So you do a planning and you think it may take a sprint, but doing so, sometimes you discover things that you were not expecting. So if you do a waterfall approach, you're hurting yourself by not being able to deliver the best outcome. And many people that are probably listening to this podium here work for companies where deadlines are made by themselves, not by the regulated industry they are in, not because a customer pays for it, only if it's delivered on a specific date, but it's internal deadlines. If you have external dependencies, let's say, you know, you have a regular patch cycle, or you have announced publicly a launch of a specific new feature or a new software or whatever it is, if you have external dependencies, I understand why Agile can become more difficult to handle because of those dependencies. If, on the other hand, the deadlines are made by themselves, meaning as an organization, you should think, what's the higher goal? Meeting the deadline or building things the right way? And sometimes the deadline may be the answer, but it should not be the default answer for every question just because it's always been that way. Otherwise, we would still all be coding in COBOL or Pascal because we figured out it's time to move on. So the same may be with management methodologies. It's time to move on for something else.
So just to add something, I partially agree with Frank. I am the kind of person who thinks that Agile is really important for DevOps, to be honest. But again, that's what I've learned, and that's the way I basically we put DevOps in practice. Mainly because the Agile doesn't mean, again, it's like DevOps. Agile doesn't mean you do something and it's like either you work with Kanban or you work with Scrum. It's completely different thing. It's a way to work, and it's not about like posting like tickets in a wall. But yeah, I think that's another topic to talk. To me, the answer of what comes next, it's definitely sec operations, at least more involved with security, because now we are, let's say, in the mid ages of DevOps, where everybody knows about DevOps and they do care and they really want to faster releases, but security is still there. And I think the pandemic, unfortunately, helped a lot to realize that security, including having SecOps, it's one of the most important things in the department. I would say it's as important as everything else in the company, where usually used to be like low priority. So that's my answer. That will be the next thing.
I would say yes, what you said is correct. I would put it maybe a bit more broadly. It's system hardening. That can be security, but that can also be things like GitOps or everything as code approaches, where you just try to reduce things that can go wrong with your entire state. In some cases, that may be background check of employees, in the hiring process. It's just the whole risk mitigation part of it. Security is one aspect of it, but it's also making sure that you're eliminating the risk that you have from an individual person. Let me say what I mean by that. If you have an expert in your team that is able to fix every problem, but it's one person, what do you do if that person resigns? What do you do if that person has an accident or goes on vacation? You're suddenly lost in limbo because that person is not around anymore. So if you try to put pieces in place that help other teams to be more like that person, be that training, be it documentation, be it automation, be it, using technology that tend to fix problems themselves, like, a container being restarted when you see a certain behavior. You implement the readiness probe or a liveliness probe. Oh, the container has an issue. I try to restart, because oftentimes this is what's necessary to fix a problem. You just restart the thing. So try to automate it. Because if the hero, everything that he does is sit down and knows which thing to restart first, that's boring to that person. And also, as an individual, think about you're that hero person. You cannot be promoted anywhere else, because the company would lose you as an asset that you are in that position. So also as an individual, making sure that everyone else is able to do that particular piece frees your time or gives you the possibility to go to the next thing that you think is important.
So
can I add something really quickly? To me, we will achieve the best part of DevOps and SecOps. Back, just quickly, Frank, how often do you used to deploy 10 years ago when you previous company? Just tell me a number roughly per week.
Maybe once.
Okay. So right now, I think most of the companies I'm working with, or I know them, they're deploying almost every single day and plenty of times. So the day that we can start doing the same with the security, like making sure that we are able to make patches, make changes, or assess security daily without being scared of like it's Friday or it's a bank holiday or whatever. That day, I think we will achieve one. We can move forward. But that's why I'm saying the next step. It's the next thing is SecOps.
I agree with you. When I think about those once in a week or once in a 2 or 3 weeks deployments, they were always a bit scary, because you didn't know if many code changes were implemented. And no matter how good your tests are, you can always miss a scenario. We had examples where we thought we had very good test scenarios, but then we forgot like one specific user group, and for them, nothing worked. And we only figured out a couple of hours later, because the first one started to call the call center and told it's not working anymore. So security, let's say when we achieved good DevOps methodologies and we had smaller increments that were better controllable, security still was this scary beast. We were using credit cards on our website, and every year we needed to pass the PCI DSS 3 point whatever standard, and that was usually in April when the audit happened. January to end of March was where the developer mood was at the lowest, because we needed to go through an extensive internal security audit. We found hundreds of issues. And then by end of March, the pressure went up, because we still had plenty of fixes that were not implemented. Then the audit came, they found still plenty of things that were not good. So even April to, let's say, end of June, things were difficult. And then end of June, we had the re-audit. That was a hell. Like 6 months was just not fun. And then 1st of July, every security-related work was dropped right away. Again, early January, the pain was back, just because half a year we lacked doing things in a good way. So as you mentioned, if we manage to get security treated in the same way, where this one scary thing is broken down into smaller increments by patching a library every time and making sure that our tests tell us if the library patch was successful and we're still working properly, makes security not that scary beast anymore, but you have a confidence that your security upgrades, or let's say your vulnerability management, is in good shape.
So we have a couple of questions that have come through as well. First one is, and I think we kind of touched on it earlier, but the second part's an interesting bit, which is, why do you think some companies are still cautious about moving towards DevOps or even DevSecOps, and how can you make them clear about the benefits? I imagine things like finances and scale of the project and adoption is probably a couple of main things, but do you think that there's anything else? And how would you advise champions who really want to try and enforce change, whether they're in a small company or a legacy company, to actually have that?
Yeah. So, go first, Splunk.
I would probably ask the people what are their concerns. What do they think, is the negative outcome that they fear? and try to address those concerns. And some of them may be valid. So say, okay, let's have a look at them. Let's apply the scientific method there. Let's give it a try and measure outcome. Is it successful or is it not? If it's not successful, you're right. Or we figured out we took a wrong approach to it. Let's try it in a different way. But take their concerns serious and don't just say, oh, everyone else does it, therefore it needs to work for us. And if the result is, even after having tried it 2 or 3 times, it does not work for us as a company.
Yeah. And I think also to add on that, set the right expectations, because as we said, we are talking here, I am big fan of DevOps. It's a fact. I mean, everybody here can see it, but it doesn't mean that DevOps is the best thing you can do or the quickest thing. Yeah, as I said, there are downsides. So you have to make sure when you're talking to somebody who has the power to change it, make sure that you're setting the right expectations. Don't tell to these people, yeah, in 6 months we will be like Google or we will be like Facebook or something like that. Make sure that you are you have you have to analyze first of all, convince yourself, make sure that your arguments are right. Like, first of all, why do I need to move to DevOps? Is it something that I really need to do right now? And once you set or you make sure that you agreed or your team agrees with you, then you can talk to them. But it has to be with, as Frank said, with numbers or more with objective reasons, and not just by saying I think it's the right thing, because you think it's the right thing, but I also think my way to do things are also right. So we can start in an argument that will never end. So I think as soon as we can just put in paper with facts that can help them, probably they won't change, but at least you will start make them think about the stuff. And I think that's the way to start. It's not about making the change right now, but having them to think about the changes.
Yeah, it's about sort of seeding the idea, like that concept of inception. No, absolutely.
Yeah, correct.
Do you think that DevOps is something that can be adopted by any company, or do you think that it's something maybe restricted by industry or by geography or anything like that?
It depends. It really depends. As I said, there is something you mentioned something about geography, and I think that matters. It's not about some people or countries that are less skilled. It's about the industry and the amount of people who are doing the same. I mean, I worked in Berlin. The amount of tech companies over there, it's huge. It's huge. And we used to go to the meetups and stuff. So you end up speaking with a ton of people where they're telling you the way that's working, what was the outcome. And if you are telling me only you that you have made a change, I may think, okay, that's good for you. But if I go to every single meetup, every single day, and every single day someone is telling me it's great, I start thinking about it, so I change. So the next time somebody new will come in, I will try to convince him that DevOps is great. So I think geography is important, because in the US, it's right now, if you go to Silicon Valley, it's one of the biggest technical hubs. If you go to, I don't know, right now I live in Barcelona, we have a lot of also technical companies here. Yeah, it makes you change quicker, but it doesn't mean that people in other places won't be able to do it. It's basically, and I think right now with internet and everything online, it's everything moving fast. So we are all of us on the same level. But I think historically was quite different.
I would say the base requirement for companies that DevOps can work is they need to have a dev team and they need to have an operations. If they only have one of two, it doesn't make sense to try to adopt DevOps methodology, because they lack one of the two requirements for DevOps to make sense. So if you just write software, but other companies run the software because you're, let's say, an agency, you don't necessarily need DevOps because you're just doing the dev part. Or you want to do that combined between the two companies. If you're just now the hoster, which never writes software, you cannot adopt DevOps methodology, just your own entity, because you're doing only the ops part. But as the two companies combined, you may want to do it. And then as you need management buy-in to do such a cultural shift. If management is absolutely not willing to do it, you may have chosen the wrong company. But if management is not willing to give it a fair chance of success, then you're probably not being successful in implementation.
Yeah, I think it's that willingness that is really, really important. And you can, it's difficult to see where that boundary or line is, but I think that you fast approach it when you start having these frustrations about processes and then trying to adopt DevOps. So yeah, I guess that's a pretty organic way of figuring out whether your company can or cannot adopt it. We're almost at time, but I want to throw a curveball here as a final question to both of you that we've got in the ask section, which is, how do you measure DevOps in waterfall?
Oh, that's a really, really nice question, to be honest. I tend to not answer when I don't know the answer, to be honest.
Yeah.
And in that case, I don't know. I have never had to face that before. I mean, we used to have not that strong waterfall, but I'm pretty sure that there is a way, but I wouldn't be the right person to answer that question.
I tend to say I also have no clue. If I had to give an answer right now, I would probably say see the stability of your stack. You know, how often do you need to roll back? How often do you have outages? Things of that nature, and see if it's going in a better direction. And maybe developer happiness. You know, are they happier since they adopted DevOps methodology, or is the happiness going down? Something like employee net promoter score, or those things could be used to measure happiness over a longer time and see if it's going in the right direction.
So I'm glad that we just about managed to cover the fact that you're both human and not knowing necessarily the answer to that question. But we are unfortunately out of time. I can't believe that it's been 50 minutes.
Can I say 4 more sentences? Because I think it's important to say a summary of what Frank and you, myself, we're saying here. So 4 things that I wrote down when we did all the DevOps, we moved to the DevOps thing. I would say the first thing, it was we were able to be able to release faster, and we were faster to time to market. The second thing, the team was pretty like efficient. The third one was the increase of the quality of the product and the knowledge of the product itself. And the most important one was the cross-skilling and self-improvement across the team. So that's, I would say, the takeouts of DevOps in my case.
I have a selfish last line that I would like to get across the board. My company is hiring. We have open positions for Java developer, DevOps engineers, and SecOps engineers. So if anyone is interested in sending in their CVs, look me up on LinkedIn or go to movingimage.com's career page and apply there.
I mean, why wouldn't you after hearing all of this? You're going to be in good hands with Frank. Thank you both so much for this chat. I've learned an absolute ton, and I hope that the people watching have also learned a ton too. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to take a 9-minute break, and we're going to come back at 3 o'clock where we're going to have Monoscope, Developer Self-Service Across Clusters by Jan Steffen, who's a tech lead for the cloud team at Finley Connect GmbH. So let's see you there. Thank you again, Idir and Frank. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Anytime. Have a good one.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Snyk's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Snyk, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Snyk. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Have you found your dream job as a developer? Or are you stuck in an unfulfilling job? On WeAreDevelopers.com, you find over 1,000 jobs in Europe that fit the tech stack that you want to work with, and salaries go up to $130K. All you have to do is create a free profile, and you automatically get matched with jobs that fit your requirements. So what are you waiting for? Create your free profile and let companies apply to you now.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Snyk's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Snyk, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Snyk. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Hope you had a nice little break and have enjoyed the session so far. So next up we have Jan Stefan, who is a tech lead for the cloud team at Finlead Connect, GmbH, and he's going to be talking to us about Monoscope, developer self-service across clusters. Jan, do we have you here?
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming. Pleasure to have you. How's your day going so far?
Very well, thank you.
Would you like to give a little quick introduction to yourself?
Yeah, it's actually part of my slides. Hi, my name is Jan Steffen. I'm the tech lead of the Finlead Cloud team here at Finlead Connect. And I want to talk about Monoscope, which is a project we started and open sourced. So should I get going? Oh.
Yeah. This stage is yours. I'm going to be collecting questions in the chat. Just a reminder to everyone, feel free to use the chat and the ask question function, and I will queue them all up for Jan at the end of this. So take it away.
Okay, thank you. So again, welcome everyone. Thanks for joining my talk about Monoscope today. I would like to thank everyone at WeAreDevelopers for the opportunity to speak here today. Let's go into the slides. First of all, let me give you a short overview of the agenda. I would like to start with an introduction about me, the company I'm working for, and the project Monoscope. In the second part, I would like to talk about the goals and features of Monoscope. The third chapter, I would like to talk about the architecture, and in the last part, I will talk about the current state of the project and give a brief lookout about what we are going to do next on the project. So let's start with a little introduction. I kind of fetched a bit farther than my name is Jan Steffen. As I said, I'm the tech lead of the Finlead Cloud team. I have more than 11 years of experience by now as a software engineer and have worked for lots of different companies with different technologies during my career. My current focus is Kubernetes, and I'm a certified Kubernetes administrator too, and I'm currently located in Frankfurt, Germany. So feel free to reach out via GitHub or Twitter if you are interested in Monoscope, and we can get in touch. So for the introduction, I work for Finlead Connect, which is part of the Finlead ecosystem. We are one of the biggest banking platform providers in Europe. We make it possible with our platform of solutions that our clients compliantly access financial transactions data of our customers, of the customers of our clients. And we merged back in 2019 from 3 fintech companies. And back then I was working for one of these 3 companies. Our customers are banks for the most part, but not only banks, as you can see on the lower left of the slide I'm currently showing. And as I said, I'm the tech lead of the FinLeap Cloud team. And what is FinLeap Cloud exactly is the slide I'm showing right now is for financial services, we need a cloud platform, and that can be challenging when dealing with financial stuff because strict compliance rules apply. And FinLeap Cloud, as you can see it on the slide, is multi-level architecture kind of supporting us, providing this functionality. So on the lowest level, there is the infrastructure the cloud platform is running on. So we have different providers here, which we all can use or can use as far as compliance allows us to do so. And so the infrastructure level supports the FinLeap Cloud Stack supports flexible private cloud and hyperscaler hosting across Europe. And on top of that, we are using SAP Gardener for provisioning our infrastructure and kind of the Kubernetes stuff on top of that. So with Gardener, we have an abstraction layer so that it doesn't matter on which infrastructure we are running. Which really allows us to focus on the platform itself. And on top of Gardener, we are using Kubernetes as the orchestration of our workloads. And on top of that is the actual benefit of what our team is currently doing or is doing is to offer cloud services based on the needs of our developers and of the needs of products we have running on the platform. And Monoscope is going into this kind of area too. It's multi-cluster and stuff like that. And with our platform services include things like Linkerd Service Mesh, Prometheus, Grafana, Rook-Ceph for storage, databases, and so on. And obviously, on top of that, we have products running. So that is kind of where we are coming from, what we're doing. And in the second chapter, I want now to talk about Monoscope itself a bit. So the goals of Monoscope kind of came from the same area. We have financial services. We have, as you can imagine, when we were on one of those three companies I've mentioned earlier, we had different needs than we have now. And more and more processes, which were kind of manual, now can happen to maybe block developers in their day-to-day work. And we need to reduce that and want to reduce that. And therefore, the project Monoscope was started. We have increasing number of clusters at different providers. We have more teams, more developers, and we need to manage access and permissions on top of that. We have strict compliance rules, as I said, because we're in the financial services industry. And we want to make a compliant DevOps workflow possible, because often DevOps is not something you can really easily compliantly do, and Monoscope should help with that. And we want to turn auditability into a first-class concept of Monoscope, because we have to provide proof of who is allowed to do what and stuff like that, and who did what. For the name Monoscope, you might ask yourself, why is it written with a K in it? It's we do Kubernetes for orchestrating our workloads, and Kubernetes has this short KATES. And whoever never thought about it, but the KATES is because of the K and the S and the 8 letters in between. And with Monoscope, we have a K in the middle instead of the C because we're doing Kubernetes. And Monoscope is mate. It's your mate in your day-to-day DevOps workflow, helping you work. And so from the goals to the features of Monoscope, we kind of took these goals and crafted this Monoscope feature lists like to provide us that. We have permission management. We have a concept of roles and scopes in Monoscope, saying that if you have, for example, The administrator level can be on administrator role can be of several scopes. You can have that at the system scope, then you are the administrator for the whole system, or you have administrator role on the scope of a tenant, then you can do certain things in the scope of the tenant, but not on the system level. What is a tenant? What a tenant actually means is a topic you can have lengthy discussions about. To us, tenants are dev teams having different requirements and products they are working on. And we need kind of to separate these tenants from each other, even though they are teams in the same company. And therefore, we have this tenant concept built in. The Monoscope supports the 4i principle system for kind of things that you want to have developer self-service. So you want to have developers can request certain things like DNS entries and stuff like that, but on a basis that some things can be auto-approved, kind of. Then you say, okay, this subdomain does belong to the tenant, and they can do DNS entries for the tenant what they like, but maybe some other domains, there have to be approval if it's customer-facing stuff, which has certain rules. And so we have this 4i principle system, or for elevated permissions for temporary access to a Kubernetes cluster with higher permissions, for example, you have this 4i principle system. And as I said before, we have auditability as a first-class feature. So you have a complete audit trail of all those things, that someone requested something, someone approved this request, or granted or revoked stuff. And the third point, developer self-service, is the whole, we want to do developer self-service as much as possible. So we have compliant secret management, which means that developer can manage secrets without that the secrets are exposed to the developers. They can create or remove DNS entries and get IP addresses out of a pool of IP addresses we manage and stuff like that without interaction necessary on the FinLeap Cloud team. So that developer self-service is an easy and fast task to do, and not something that has to go to days of discussing back and forth with different stakeholders. So additionally, Monoscope should be easy extendable. So we have extendability in a kind of way that we are using a system where we have so-called reactors. I will get to that later, what that means. And it's easily extendable by such a reactor. We have auditability in every aspect, as I said before. That is part of the architecture thing, why everything is so auditable. You can use any OIDC provider to log into the Monoscope control plane, or your developers and your administrators of the system, if you're using Monoscope, can use whatever identity provider you want to use, as long as it supports OIDC. And Monoscope itself can act as an OIDC provider to authenticate with Kubernetes. I think they added that feature at Kubernetes 1.18 or something, that you have support for OIDC. And then what that gives you is that we have this tenant concept in Monoscope, and the cluster access is managed via this tenant concept too. So if the tenant has access to that cluster, users can log in via Monoscope into Kubernetes, and which permissions they have in that cluster is based on the user's roles in Monoscope or within the tenant. And that's then how you can connect Kubernetes to all of this too. So let's go to the architecture part. So on the core, Monoscope is built with cloud native technologies. We are using Golang as a programming language. We have RabbitMQ in place as a message bus, CockroachDB as a database, and we are using emissary ingress as an API gateway. And last but not least, we utilize Helm charts to make the monoscope control plane easily deployable to a Kubernetes cluster. Let that said that RabbitMQ and CockroachDB, for example, are perfectly exchangeable by other messaging system or other database system because we abstracted that away. So at the moment, we have only a small connector implementation for RabbitMQ and CockroachDB, but you could perfectly add something else there to replace that. The architecture is built with microservices and on top of event sourcing. And if there was the possibility to say, hands up, who knows event sourcing, I would do that now, but it's not possible. So I would assume that some people have heard of it. Maybe some people have done projects with event sourcing, but I found that the knowledge about event sourcing is pretty little still, while it's not that of a new concept. So I put in a small slide to talk about event sourcing in short to give you an idea what that means. So for the state of the system is for event source system, the current state is transient. Current state is really something you can throw away. You don't have it. You don't go and CRUD tables to represent current state. Instead, you have a series of events which build up the state of the system at a certain point in time. So you can add up all the events, and that gives you kind of a transient state, which you can throw away. And if a new event is added, the state changes. So you just record the state changes, but not the current state. Events are never altered or deleted. That's crucial. And the event log is append only. What that gives you, even you could store the event log on a DVD, for example, and you cannot alter it afterwards, and you should not alter it afterwards. And your whole system kind of is based on the audit log. It's not something that you're doing actions in the system and you're writing an audit log on the side, and it may or may not be complete. But what event sourcing kind of does is it puts the audit log as the source of truth of your system. So kind of the audit log is proved to be correct because all your system is working on it. It's not something you have on the side. And you're never losing data. And I will give an example what never losing data kind of means shortly. And it allows time travel because you can go to a certain point in time backwards and say, okay, I can exactly tell what the system looked like at that state, at that time, what the state of the system was at that time. And let me give you a short example. So this is an event. The user was created. It has a payload like the name and the role of the user. And what that gives as transient state, which you can throw away kind of, is now there's a user. Its name is Norbert and it has a role developer. Okay, so the next event comes in, which assigns a new role to that user. So now this user is administrator, and you have to think of from left to right time proceeds. And now at this point in time, this transient state says that the user is administrator. Then for whatever reason, someone changed the name of that user. And imagine that Norbert, the user, is doing something with this administrator role. He's changing something in the system only administrators can do. So now the role gets unassigned from that user, and he's a regular developer now, for whatever reason. So now the auditor comes to you and says, okay, but why was Norbert able to change something in a system like that? He is not as administrator now. And with event sourcing, you can tell exactly from when to when this user was administrator, and you can tell who gave this user the administrator role and everything. You have the full audit log of everything, and you know why exactly that happened in that system. And that's the beauty, I think, of event sourcing, that you're not losing that data. In a CRUD-based system, you would have just a table where the roles are in, and you see, okay, he's not administrator, and you cannot tell why or when or who all did that. Besides, you have some audit log on the side, and you hope that it's complete and containing all those actions that happened in the system. But with event sourcing, you for sure have. Event sourcing is a great topic. I want to go too deep into the details, but if you're interested, I recommend you to search for talks of Greg Young about event sourcing. It's really, they're not just fun to watch because of his style of presentation, but there are great insights you can gain from that. So that was the short explanation of event sourcing. So now we get to the architecture of Monoscope, actual architecture of Monoscope. So it's a big picture, I know, but on the left side, outside of the big box, we have the clients. For example, the CLI here in the green bubble is Monocuttle. It's the CLI of Monoscope, where you can interact with the control plane to do stuff. And we have this box below that, which is some kind of Kubernetes operator. If you're familiar with the operator stuff with Kubernetes, this is one thing you would deploy to any cluster which is attached to Monoscope to have cluster login and setting tenants on those clusters and shape namespaces, roles, airbags, and stuff like that in the cluster, and pick up requests for DNS entries, for example. And the interesting part is the big box in the middle of the slide, which contains the Monoscope control plane. And what you see here are microservices, kind of. And at first, you have this API gateway on the left side coming in, the communication, which abstracts away that there are multiple services with an API service. So you have one API surface. And all these services are written in Golang, and the command handler and the query handler and the event store, these are all components related to event sourcing. If you read or hear something about event sourcing, you will see those terms. And what this basically means is that you are having CQRS, so command query responsibility segregation, in there, because you can have CQRS without event sourcing, but you can kind of not have event sourcing without CQRS. And what that means is that commands and queries are two different things handled by two different services. They have reading and writing has nothing to do with each other, kind of. So the command handler is for applying commands like changing the state, changing the system. And the query handler is a representation of this transient state. So it builds up a transient state you can query based on the events. Down, you see the gateway. It's a component which is not related to event sourcing. It's the thing that communicates with your identity provider and does the whole identity and login procedure. And then you have this message bus. So you can think of, you apply a command, it issues, there are events created as a result of a command. So for example, the user created event I had on the slide before, and that is sent to the event store. It stores it in the database, so appends the event to the event log, and then sends it on the message bus. And everyone interested in that event can now react on it. These are the reactors on the right side of these event bus, or the query handler to build up transient state. So the query handler sees this user created event basically, and then you can query that there is a user with that name and that role. And reactors can do other funny stuff. So if you write a Slack reactor, for example, you can have a message sent to Slack that a user was created, or you have a welcoming email reactor which sends an email based on this user created event to that user and says, hello, welcome. And that is the extendable, easily extendable point I talked about earlier, that you can really plug in a new reactor to act on events that are already there and create a new feature kind of without interfering with the rest of the system. This architecture is really flexible, it's scalable, so you can scale the different parts of the system differently. So if querying is always much more than writing or changing the system, so you can scale up the query handler and serve many queries and don't need many writers and stuff like this. Or reactors can scale up and scale down if there's much work to do. It's a really flexible architecture here, and it's kind of very. If you read more and more about event sourcing, you will see that these terms, reactors and event store and command and query handler, are all over the place. So about the current state of the project, we have it open sourced recently. The coverage could be increased a bit, but it's in general, there are tests for everything. We have it open sourced. We have the main project and the documentation up there. We have the code of the CLI up there. And as of now, from the features side, which we have implemented now, we have the management of users implemented. We have the management of roles and tenants implemented and clusters. And to log into your Kubernetes cluster via Monoscope is possible already. We are really already using that for ourselves. And so we're kind of eating our own dog food there. And we are currently working on, for the lookout, I'm not one to, didn't switch slide that. So what's next? We are currently working on SIM2 support, which is an open API for managing identities. Imagine you have an IAM, like for example, OneLogin, and you create users there, you remove users there, you assign roles there. And what this open API provides is that you can have another system like Monoscope, and then there is a connection between those systems. So if you create a user in your IAM, it gets created in Monoscope too. And if you change roles, that is reflected in Monoscope somehow. So this gives you some freedom about keeping this all synced somewhat. And the Monoscope Kubernetes operator is something we are currently working on. And planned is web interface, because as I said, we now have the CLI you see on the right-hand side, or you saw on the picture before, which allows interaction with the control plane, but we sure want to have a more overview experience with what workloads are running in what clusters. You see what release information about software running in your clusters, and all those self-service features with DNS entries and secret management is stuff we want to have, this self-service features in the web UI as well as in the CLI. And of course, many other features are planned. We have a great backlog of things we need to do here, but we are really looking forward, maybe getting some interest into Monoscope by this talk, for example. And since it's open source, it would be great if we get some people to join us and push this further. Yeah, I think I was a bit too quick, but I would like to thank you for your attention already. So, and last but not least, we are hiring. So if you're interested, have a look in that. So thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you so much for going through that, Jan. Quick question from me. So what would be top three sort of, actually, before I get on to my own question, we got a question in the chat. Can you provide a few examples of companies who have adopted and used Monoscope?
Oh, right now ourselves, but not anyone else, I guess. So it's not open source
Yeah,
for
are you
long.
there?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yes. Are
Do
you
you hear me
there?
again?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Cool.
At the moment, it's only us using that, I guess. We open sourced it just recently, and it doesn't have the traction yet.
Awesome. So what would you say is the vision for the project?
Yeah, the vision is that it's really something we want to use ourselves. So we are really committed to that project. So it's not something we will drop soon. And the vision is that everyone who has or faces the same problems as we do, like managing multiple clusters, accesses with that maybe this gets a bit of traction in terms of that we have contributors which use it themselves and then support us in making it a greater project.
Excellent. And what are you hiring for, and what's the process of application?
Excuse me, I didn't get it.
What are you hiring for currently, and what's the process?
I am actually not sure what we are currently hiring. There's a tech lead position I heard, but I didn't look into it up front. I have to be honest.
No worries, no worries. And one from me. So what are if you were to give me a top 3 of the things that you want everyone to walk away from, apart from obviously collaborating on the open source project that you've listed just then, what would be the sort of top 3 things that you want people to walk away and think about more?
Event sourcing, because I really like event sourcing. It's really a great thing, and I can encourage everyone to have a look in that. And to get into discussions with people, because I think nowadays many companies use multiple cloud providers now and stuff like that, and maybe to get some insights, and maybe there are good solutions for partially of the problems Monoscope is going to solve, and to pick up what there is out there. And the key takeaway, I guess, is that developers and DevOps should mean that you can do stuff without anyone who has higher privileges. You are not blocked in your day-to-day work all the time by stuff like DNS entries or something else which get in your way. You just want to do to develop your stuff and to get it running, and yeah, that should be as easy as it can get.
Nah, that's completely understandable. What was the main reason for developing Monoscope yourself?
Yeah, it was basically what I said, that we kind of had many manual tasks we had to do as a team, which we kind of not wanted to, or we want to unblock developers and not they depend on us doing such a thing, because we have other stuff to do ourselves. And if we are all the time clicking DNS entries for something, then that's not the time well spent, obviously.
Yeah, no, of course, you don't want to be doing that, no.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I think that's all the questions that we have. Any more last second questions coming through? I'll give it a few seconds. Okay, cool. Right. So thank you so much for being here, Jan, and giving us the time and sharing all this information about Monoscope. We are going to take a break, and we will be back at 4 p.m. For the next presentation, which is going to be automated MS SQL server database deployments with DAC, PAX, and Azure DevOps by Sebastian Wolf, who's a solution manager and DevOps lead at Deloitte Consulting. So we'll see you at 4 o'clock. Take care, everyone.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Snyk's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Snyk, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Snyk. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Have you found your dream job as a developer? Or are you stuck in an unfulfilling job? On WeAreDevelopers.com, you find over 1,000 jobs in Europe that fit the tech stack that you want to work with, and salaries go up to $130K. All you have to do is create a free profile, and you automatically get matched with jobs that fit your requirements. So what are you waiting for? Create your free profile and let companies apply to you now.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Snyk's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Snyk, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Snyk. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Welcome back, everyone, and thanks for joining us. Hopefully you've managed to catch the other two presentations and the panel before that, but if not, you will see the recordings go up soon. They've been absolutely outstanding, and the fun doesn't stop just yet. We've still got two great presentations to come, and right now we actually have Sebastian Wolf with us, who's going to be talking to us about automated MS SQL Server database deployments with DAC packs and Azure DevOps. So welcome, Sebastian.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm great. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. How's the weather out there? It's miserable over here in London.
The sun was shining for like 5 minutes ago, but now it's gone.
Oh, that's absolutely fine. You're here to brighten our day anyway. So I don't want to. I want to let the audience enjoy you as much as possible. So if you're ready, take it away.
Yeah, I'm ready. So. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm happy to present you today how you can develop an automated SQL Server database deployment with the help of DAC packs and Azure DevOps. So yeah, let's have a quick look on the agenda. So yeah, with this presentation, I want to answer the following questions today. So starting with a short presentation of myself and the company I work for. Yeah, after that, I will shortly summarize the challenge we had to face and yeah, show you the solution we implemented. And yeah, for a better understanding, I'll also explain yeah, what a DAC pack is, how you can use it, yeah, because it's just a very important part of the solution. And yeah, I will also tell you what did work really good, what doesn't work so good, and yeah, what workarounds there are and other solutions. Yeah, so let's start with the introduction of myself. So yeah, my name is Sebastian Wolf. I'm 32, living in Berlin. But yeah, a bit more interesting maybe is my professional focus. Yeah, I'm a solution manager, solution architect at Deloitte Consulting. I've been working now for 10 years in software development and consulting. And yeah, during that time, I came into contact with various roles, technologies, and yeah, was able to see the whole process from conception through development, yeah, till continuous delivery. So yeah, you can see some of the technologies I worked with in recent years. So I started as a Java developer and worked there with different frameworks and databases. And yeah, the focus now for me is on high quality software. And in the recent years, I specialized in a lot of DevOps topics and technologies. Yeah, I also could learn some new techs. So the whole Microsoft world with Azure DevOps, .NET, Windows Server, and yeah, also important for the presentation today, the Microsoft SQL Server. And yeah, the opportunity to work on a big project, to learn all these things, I got at Deloitte Consulting. Yeah, and I think Deloitte is not so well known for software development, but this area is growing really fast, and it's really good. So I'm at the talent group, or yeah, that's like a department, cloud transformation and systems engineering. And yeah, we work with the biggest vendors, AWS, GCP, Azure. We have a lot of different industries we work for, like banking, automotive, and so on. And yeah, always working with the newest technologies. And it's really great to work there as a developer. I really love it. So yeah, you can see the QR code. So if you are interested to learn more about it, just scan it, and yeah, you will find our page for the systems engineering part. So yeah, let's have a look in the challenge we had to face, and then afterwards how we could solve it. So there's a product, it's called Leasy. It's for the calculation of postings and company reports for leasing contracts, according to a international financial reporting standard. And this product is highly customized. So there are a lot of big international companies using it, and therefore, yeah, also a huge amount of data and databases. And these databases are therefore a very important part of the application. And therefore, I want to have a deeper look into it and how you can deploy it. And yeah, I've not shown you a huge architecture diagram with hundreds of databases and where you can't see through, because I think it's not necessary for today. So I really wanted just to focus on the technology, how you can deploy these things without all the stuff that's not so necessary, but which does not matter for today's presentation. So yeah, the challenge is there were nearly 400 databases distributed on many different environments, servers, operating systems. So yeah, really different environments, and they had one thing in common. They all had a SQL server where the databases were running on, and a Microsoft SQL server. They may not all had the same versions, but at least they were SQL servers. So we wanted to have a solution how we can automatically deploy changes to the database to all these servers without writing scripts for it. So that is just an automated way to do so. Yeah, so let's have a look on the solution design. Also here, I'm just presenting the important part of the solution design, yeah, to just keep the focus. So yeah, now the solution design looks quite simple because we just take a look at what's relevant for our database deployment. And you can see the first white line on the top left, and it's just another color because it was a one-time process. So you can just get a deck pack directly from the SQL server. So if you already have a running SQL server somewhere, an application, whatever, and you just want to get the structure, the tables, and everything what's inside of the SQL server into a specific file, you can generate such a deck pack. And this one, again, then you can just use and import it into a Visual Studio database project. And yeah, from there on, you just have your database in form of code. So the whole structure of the database in form of code. This then you can easily push to Azure DevOps, to Azure DevOps repos. You can build it there. You can have a SonarQube check to see that the code is fine, that the structure of your database is fine, and build it and then deploy it to the database again. And therefore, you again can use the deck pack. So it goes in both directions. You can export a deck pack and you can use it for updating your actual database. And yeah, that was a key factor for our work and why we did it, because we saw, okay, on the one hand, we can just get the deck pack directly out of the SQL Server, or for us, out of hundreds of SQL servers or SQL Server databases, and get the project, compare them, have them Git, merge them, whatever. So we could do many things directly with it, and then also use that to deploy again. So let's have a look on what was the part of Azure DevOps for it. As already mentioned, we used Azure DevOps for the deployment, and you have some native support, some functions you can use, some tasks. One important is the MS build, which is just the normal build functionality, the same as you use in your Visual Studio project. So you can just build it, get the artifacts, and then work with the artifacts and continue. The other functionality was then WinRM. That's then for the deployment, so the part where you connect to the database, use the deck pack, and also some other stuff to do the deployment. And what was much more important were the use of libraries and task groups. So libraries are basically just a collection of variables that you can use, and task groups a collection of tasks. So at the end, we created some task groups and had there all the steps we want to do. We filled them with variables from the libraries, and then used that in every of our pipeline, in every of our stage. So basically, we had the one common solution for all of our pipelines. And if we wanted to change something, or still if we want to change something, we just can change the task group, and it will be effective for all stages, for all pipelines, and so on, which is quite nice. And with the variables in the libraries, you can have default values, override them in the pipeline, and then store them at different places. So you can use your Visual Studio with publish scripts to change things, or you could also just change it directly in Azure. And what I also said is the SonarQube part, which is not really a part of Azure DevOps, but quite important for us, because it was a possibility besides the Visual Studio project to get our code checked, to see that the code is fine, and the implementation is secure, and so on. So I've talked a lot about deck packs and that we used them. So I think I should now explain what a deck pack is and how this works with the update of a SQL Server database. We can see 5 objects that are involved. You have on the one hand the deck pack. You also have the publish XML, the SQL package executable, and the database you want to deploy to, and you could also have a deployment SQL. So let's start with a DecPack. DecPack is just short for its data tier application and package. So DecPack. So the data tier application is the logical database management entity for which defines the SQL Server object. So like tables, views, logins, and so on. And this is then just all in one file. The file itself, it has the file ending DecPack, but at the end it's just a zip file. So it's a combination of different XML files where everything is inside. So you have your model, the scripts that you want to execute before the deployment, the pre-deployment. You have a script for post-deployments and all that stuff. And this zip file is, like I already said, can be generated from SQL Server over the SQL package, or you can also create it with Visual Studio or any build tool for Visual Studio. And what is nice to know about this DecPack file is because you can just rename it to a zip and then extract it. So you have all XML files. You could also then modify them if you want to, and then just rename it again to a DecPack after you packed it. So that's about the DecPack, the first part. The second one is the publish XML. So there are all the settings inside you need for the deployment. So at the end, there are many different available properties. So I think round about 100 or something like that. But they are just presented the most important ones. So like the target connection you want to create, which database you want to connect to. So all these connection things. But a very important option is block on possible data loss. So this is the safe option before you deploy the SQL package. The SQL package will check if you could lose any data with that update. So let's say you want to drop a table and this option is activated, and there's some data inside of that table, then the SQL package will tell you, okay, I'll stop I won't do the deployment. So before it even starts, I will stop because you could lose some data. Then it's still possible to drop the table if you just empty it, truncate it before with a pre-deployment script. For this, I will tell something later as well. So as I said, the SQL package then performs the whole comparison and generates the deployment SQL, which you can see on the bottom right. So for doing that, to make the comparison from the database and the DecPack, it reads the publish script for getting the connection, so it knows to which database it wants to connect to, and uses the options. Other options than this possible block on possible data loss are a lot of things like do not drop, ignore, exclude, and that you have for basically every object type. Do not drop tables. Do not drop logins or something like that. So for every different object type you can have in a database, you can define if it should be dropped or it should not be dropped. But yeah, you can only do this in general for one object type. So you can't say, do not drop this specific table or drop this specific table, but you can just say, okay, the object type table should not be dropped. Also important to know is that there are some options that, yeah, you can't change over Visual Studio. So normally you have a UI where you can see, okay, these are my options, and you have just checkboxes to select everything you want to have or you don't want to have. But there are some options you especially need to write down in your publish XML with an editor, or with the editor of Visual Studio also, that you really want to drop them, like the drop role memberships. Yeah, so every role membership you don't have in your Visual Studio project will then be dropped if you add that option. Yeah, these parameters and properties can always be passed directly to the SQL package, or as presented here, you just save them in an XML file. So yeah, you have all your options together every time, which makes really sense, especially if you have a lot of different environments. Yeah, this SQL Server executable is not just the executable itself. There are a lot of DLLs also with it, but there's a standalone package, so you could just take the standalone package, add it to your artifacts, and yeah, then it will be used for the deployment. You just need to put it somewhere where you can have the connection to the database, and then the deployment can start with it. You can also just install it on SQL Server, and yeah, WinRM is finding it automatically, and just do the deployment. Yeah, so as you can see on the right, there are two different. So SQL package has a lot of different options, or commands you can call it with. But most important are the two ones I've showed there. And you should always use both of them. So with the script one, you will just get the script, the deployment script. So what would the SQL package do if you would start a deployment? So it will list every update, every alter of a table, drop of permissions, whatever. So everything it wants to do, it will just list in the script, and you can then review it. And yeah, I think that totally makes sense, especially in the beginning. So when you start and you're unsure about your options in the publish script, about the things you have done in your Visual Studio project, then you may want to first always have the deployment script. This deployment script you can also yeah, execute then, or you use the publish function. So what we are doing, we are always creating the deployment script, and after that we are using the publish function. And the deployment script is basically then just for us later, if something goes wrong, that we can have a look, what was all executed, what was the script, what was SQL package doing at the end. The publish then really just updates the target database. And that's the nice thing. So you just don't need a list of scripts for your deployment, for your release, whatever. So you know, okay, for this release, we have to execute script 1, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't matter which version is on the target database, because SQL package will compare the DAG pack with what is in the database, and then generate the update or the alter scripts and everything automatically. So yeah, you just do not have to care. You can have release 6, 7, and 8 on your test system, and on production you just go from 6 to 8, and it works just perfectly fine. And yeah, that's the solution. So yeah, what's nice is that yeah, you have on the one hand the Visual Studio project where you already have a validation. So it would tell you, let's say there's a procedure which is calling a column that's not existing, then the build would fail already. And if you would do something really strange and that would destroy your database, the same thing happens again. SQL package will tell you, okay, this deck pack I can't deploy because that would yeah, would be bad for the database, and that's quite nice. Unfortunately, yeah, it does not work always so good. So yeah, we can have a look on yeah, what's working good and what not. So you have basically all available object types available, and you can use them besides jobs. But yeah, you have tables, you have views, you have procedures, and there's the whole security aspect with logins, with users, roles memberships. So everything what's in the SQL Server, you can yeah, put into the Visual Studio solution, create a deck pack, and deploy it. Nevertheless, you see that there's a green block and the red block, and a lot of things are on the red block because they just don't work good. And there's a big reason for it that's very good to know. There's no multi-environment support directly from Visual Studio. So let's take logins, yeah, or users that most likely will be different between a test environment, a dev environment, a staging, or a production environment. So you just want to have different permissions sometimes, a different setup. And that's not possible. So for this, you would need the same user to be yeah, to be created on every system. And for sure, you don't want to have the same login credentials on your test system as on your production system. But what you can do then is, yeah, there are a lot of workarounds to figure that all out. You have the so-called post-deployments and pre-deployments. And for post and pre-deployments, they are just executed before and after the deployment. So what we did is just we said, okay, you can drop not the logins for sure. You should not drop the logins, but you can drop the users, the roles, the role membership, everything, and we do not add it to our Visual Studio solution. So then with every deployment, it goes there, drops the users, drops the permissions, drops everything, everything security relevant. And then in the post deployment, we have just scripted it that, yeah, the script creates the users and the roles again. And there, then you just get rid of all the permissions you don't want to have anymore because the users were dropped anyway, and you add them again, give them the roles and the permissions they should have. So you always have a clean setup. You also can use the pre-deployment. I said that before. Let's say you want to drop a table and you have this option that SQL package should warn you if there could be a data loss. Then you just write a pre-deployment script which checks, okay, is this table there? And if it's there, then please truncate it. And yeah, then it's running fine. Then it will be emptied before, and then it's dropped afterwards. What you could not do is just adding the drop statement directly to the pre-deployment, because unfortunately the pre-deployment is not executed before the comparison to the deck pack. And that's in some corner cases also not so nice, because sometimes you want to do something before the comparison starts so that the comparison does not have a problem with it. That's then just not possible. You just then have to deploy twice, which is also not the biggest problem. What is not written down here, I see, is that there's no rollback. So if something goes wrong with your deployment, it will be in this state and destroyed. So it just doesn't roll back to the state it was before. So part of our deployment is for sure every time just creating a backup, make the deployment, and if that did not work well, then you can just get back the backup and the application works again. Yeah, so basically with the pre-deployment, the post-deployment, and also the SQL CMD variables, which are just SQL variables that you can set during the deployment in the command shell. So you can set them with Azure DevOps, or you can just set them in your publish script. So you can let's say make an if and say, okay, this script is only executed on prod and this one only on test. So that's how we differentiated the users and the credentials that will be deployed on the different systems. I already said it, there's no effect on the compare if you do it with a pre-post deployment solution. And you also don't have the validation, which is also a nice feature. Normally, if you could use this for that. Also jobs, we needed to implement completely on our own with post-deployment scripts. So we just dropped the steps to not lose the history, and then created steps again. One really nice thing I saw at a later stage are the additional deployment contributors. So you have two things. So one thing is you can also create your own build code. So that's then just C# code, which is executed during the build, which is quite nice. So you can generate some scripts automatically. We did that especially for the jobs. And then you have this additional deployment contributor where you also can just write your own code in C# and add that to the SQL package. So you just add the DLLs you have created in the same folder as the SQL package is. And with that, then you can modify what's going on during the deployment. And then you could have the possibility that you say, okay, I want to ignore if a complete schema, or I want to ignore all tables that matches specific regex. And for this, you also find already good solutions on GitHub. So I think that were the most important points. So then, first of all, thank you. And I'm happy to hear some questions about it.
Hey folks, we have some questions coming here now. So we've got Sebastian. How do you choose the right cloud service for your products? You mentioned you use all of them.
Sorry again, I needed to make you a bit louder.
No worries. So how do you choose the right cloud service for your products? You mentioned you use all of them.
That depends on the use case. So sometimes it's it depends on the clients, on the use cases, on the available features. So yeah, we always have to decide. So sometimes the client already decided on his own that he wants to do his products on AWS, then for sure there's no other way. Sometimes it's defined by the tech stack. Yeah, for the example I just presented, for sure, if you completely work with Microsoft technologies, it just makes sense to also use Azure. So yeah, it really depends on the use case, technology, and what the client wants.
Cool. Could you possibly give some use cases when you would not recommend to use DAC to migrate?
If you don't want to spend, so if it's really complicated and you don't want to spend a lot of time. So I think I've shown the things that work good and work not so good. And especially for all the things that did not work good directly, we had to spend a lot of time to implement it. So we had a big team, was a big project, so therefore it was not a problem. Yeah, because we had the developers to do it. But if you are in a small team and you want to handle everything with it, and you don't already have the solution which you can just take and use, then I wouldn't do it. If you just want to update some databases, procedures, so tables, procedures, and so on, and you don't care much about the whole security context, then I would definitely use it.
Great. A couple of slightly more detailed technical ones. Do you use a PowerShell script?
Yeah, a lot of PowerShell scripts. So yeah, there's also this tool. It's called DBA Tools, which you can use for that, which is quite nice. Yeah, at the end we have a lot of PowerShell scripts. So in the whole pipeline, for sure, because we have Windows servers, we do a lot of stuff with PowerShell. There are also clients, unfortunately, where we can't reach directly the client because of because the client doesn't want to, because of confidential data, whatever. So we have to connect directly to it and basically do the deployment without Azure DevOps. And then we also just extract a whole bunch of PowerShell scripts, which is basically doing the same what's going on in Azure and doing that then just in PowerShell.
Perfect. In case of SQL relational database, in pre-deployment, when you drop users, does it make a problem to drop tables with connection constraints towards other tables?
Yes, that's definitely something you need to take care of. So it begins with the order where you truncate the tables first. So if you have references, for sure, you need to see that you truncate the table on the lowest level first. But the SQL package does it on its own. So for the deletion then, and if there's a reference, the reference will be removed first, and then the table is dropped. So the SQL package notices it and does it on its own. It just, like I said, you just need to take care that the data before is deleted in the right order.
Gotcha. And last question so far: do you use subqueries in real scenarios often?
Yeah, definitely. We have a lot of subqueries and CTE because we try to avoid CTEs because they are quite slow when it gets complicated. But a lot of subqueries, temporal tables, temporary tables, everything what's available we use. We try not to use dynamic SQL but everything else I think is in use there.
Awesome. And one actual sort of slight curveball question, which isn't actually related to anything technical, actually. It's more of a Deloitte question. So can you pick what projects or project types you work on at Deloitte?
Yeah, because we are consulting, we have a big variety. So yeah, you can't really say we work on this or that project. So I can tell what's going on in my department, what we have for what projects we have. There are normal development projects, yeah, where you just sometimes be at a customer and develop an application in every possible language. Most likely the language our developers like to code. You have strategy consulting projects where you just tell the client how they should do things, which technologies they should use. We have big data projects, DevOps projects, cloud transformations. So yeah, basically everything what has to do with software development and cloud, we try to do and to serve. Yeah.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, I think that's all the questions that we have. Let me just do a quick scan. Yeah, that's all the questions that we have. Thank you so much for your time, Sebastian. Like, lots of great questions coming through and lots to talk about as well. Thank you again for your time, and I hope you've had a great day so far.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you very much. Hope it was quite interesting.
Oh, no, it was incredibly interesting. Thank you. So what we're going to be doing now, folks, is that we've got 20 minutes until the next session. So that's going to be coming to you at 5 o'clock. And that is Hosting Modern Justice Systems by Nevelina Alexandrova. And she is a technical architect at the Ministry of Justice in the UK. So that sounds incredibly interesting as well. It's the last presentation we have. So we'll see you back here in 19 minutes.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Snyk's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Snyk, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Snyk. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Have you found your dream job as a developer? Or are you stuck in an unfulfilling job? On WeAreDevelopers.com, you find over 1,000 jobs in Europe that fit the tech stack that you want to work with, and salaries go up to $130K. All you have to do is create a free profile, and you automatically get matched with jobs that fit your requirements. So what are you waiting for? Create your free profile and let companies apply to you now.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Snyk's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Snyk, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Snyk. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our final presentation today. We've had some great presentations, right? All the way back from Dominik and then the panel discussion with Frank and Idir. Then we had Jan and Sebastian and they all did a terrific job. And a huge thank you to everyone working backstage as well for this event here today. And now to round it up, the final act, we've got Nevelina here with us today, who's going to be talking to us about hosting a modern justice system. Nevelina, would you like to say hello?
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. As I was saying, I've had a nap, so I'm fully powered.
Oh, I envy that. I envy that. Well, I mean, you have a really interesting topic that you're going to be talking to us about. I mean, most people think that when it comes to like government and justice departments and everything has to be very secretive. So I feel like we're all getting a bit of an inside scoop here.
Potentially, though you'll discover none of it is actually secret.
Well, I will let you go and share your non-secrets now, but looking forward to hearing this.
Awesome. Yes, hello, I'm Nev. Nevelina is way too long. I'm a technical architect in the Ministry of Justice, specifically in the platforms and hosting area. And today I will give you a little whirlwind tour of what it is like to host a modern justice system. And it's my personal opinion that all good talks have to start with a dictionary definition. So, of course, I have one here. What does modern mean? According to the Oxford Dictionary, modern means of or relating to recent times or the present. I would like you all to keep that in your heads as I walk you through what our hosting infrastructure looks like. Because what I'm about to share isn't entirely, 3 buttons, serverless, AWS, containerized magic. There is some of that, but what I'm talking about when I say modern is this is what we have. This is our legacy, and I don't mean legacy in these are the old systems that we hate. I mean, we have some systems that we don't necessarily absolutely adore, but I mean more like family history. Like this is our family legacy. This is what we have inherited, what we have to look after, what we have to caringly bring into the 21st century sometimes. Of course, we have some skeletons in our closet, as with all family histories, and we have things we are quite proud of. It is quite a lot. So, first of all, what does the Ministry of Justice in the United Kingdom do? It's as a department of its own, it's quite new, but a lot of its functions, if you think about the prisons or the police less so, but the prisons and the probation services, they come from like 12th century. We're talking about centuries of history in the minds of society. Our job is ultimately to serve the British public. We are funded by the British public. We span things like the prison service, the probation service, Office of the Public Guardian, the legal aid agencies, a whole host of other bits and pieces that have the courts, of course, Her Majesty's Court and Tribunal Service. We span everything that has to do with justice in the United Kingdom. That is quite a wide topic. When I'm saying we, in particular, I work in the hosting and platforms space within the Ministry of Justice. This is a centralized function, even though we have multiple agencies. The hosting and infrastructure work is for the most part centralized, because that allows us to share expertise. I will talk a bit about this later. It's also centrally funded, which is important in government, probably doesn't matter that much to other people. So, what do we have right now? This diagram is a lie. There is no diagram. When I was preparing this talk, I asked the head of hosting how many services we had, and they said, which way are we looking at it? But came up with the number 7,000, which seems like as good a number as any. Essentially, we don't know. There is a lot. There are certainly things hosted on Kubernetes clusters that are self-healing, that are auto-scaling, that are built with the best of modern established technology practices. And then there are things that live on virtual machines somewhere in the nether, and there are also on-premise servers that we're calling our retirement infrastructure because we don't want to keep them, basically. This diagram, wow, a complete fiction of my imagination, does show that there's big things that live in, say, a security cluster or something. Loads of things talk to each other. There are certain systems that are absolutely critical to certain processes in the justice process, and those systems are usually of the older generation. We don't treat them as something we necessarily have to get rid of because they have been running for maybe decades. They are a good example sometimes of what lasts and what can work and what can be stable. Seeing as our customers and our users are the British public, our main goal is to be available, to be stable, to be correct. So while we 100% experiment with the newest, and we do have serverless functions and all of that shiny new things, we will absolutely tend towards the established and the well-tested by others. We have experiments of our own, but as a public serving body, our job is to be secure and absolutely safe. So we are usually unlikely to go for something that has just come out. Like in the last 2 months, Google announced something. We'll have a play, but we will wait it out. That's usually how it goes. So how does this work? Well, as I mentioned, some things are on-premise, some things are virtual machines, and some things are Kubernetes clusters, and there's everything in the middle. And we are working in the hosting space to make it a bit different. Specifically, we have one team whose job is to take these older services and to drag them, sometimes kicking and screaming, into the current century. Our absolutely fantastical dream is to have everything on the cloud, everything in the public cloud that is suitable for. Of course, some of these services are not cloud native. As a matter of fact, they're cloud allergic. But when we start with that high goal of everything should go on the cloud, in the process, we start documenting how that service is deployed. Maybe we figure out how to make some of it automated, all of it automated. Maybe we figure out how to make it auto-patchable, so there doesn't have to be a person who goes on a server and updates the Linux installation or whatever it is. So while we're fully aware that we're not going to win, not all of these systems are going to go on the cloud, by having that lofty goal, we are little by little making them better, making it so that they are understandable by modern WebOps engineers, and that there isn't this one person who has been running this system for 20 years and they're about to retire and now there's panic. The reason for that is within government, career progression and exploration is highly encouraged. People don't stay in the same job for very long, 2, 3, maybe 5 years, but people move on, and we love that. We love that people grow when they work for the government, but we can't rely on them being there forever. So if there's one person who has this knowledge, that is a very, very high risk, and we can't afford that. Another thing we do, which is separate from the hosting, is we have service teams who look at potentially replacing these older services. because they may no longer actually serve their purpose. They may be slower, they may be impeding innovation, they may be making it harder for us to serve the British public in the best way possible. But those transformations take years, 5, 10, longer. During that period of time, it is unacceptable to keep them insecure. It is unacceptable to keep them undeployable. So it is still worth our time investing in their infrastructure. Oh, sorry. There we go. This is an idea. This is the lofty goal. This is the magic that we would like to achieve. We have one platform that runs all of the new services. This is one of our modern Kubernetes clusters. Currently migrating to AWS EKS. It's all the shiny, all the best, has been dedicated to maintaining it. We also have another platform that hosts all of our data analytics. So if you think data machine learning models, it hosts a bunch of data from the various systems, things that work through it, churn it, transform it, and then report to the business units that are non-technical in the Ministry of Justice with insights into this is how the justice system works. And then that third platform, that's the platform that is dragging things out of whatever they're hiding and trying to make them cloud. In our dream world, everything has a slot in one of those platforms because platforms scale, teams and people don't. Platforms mean things are deployed in a consistent manner, and platforms mean the underlying infrastructure has expertise underneath it, and teams own their own services. This is something that we're really passionate about. There are teams who own the platforms. The things that run on the platforms are owned by their individual teams. And it comes into the juxtaposition of our two core beliefs. So as hosting, we have two main principles. Centralization makes things easier and better, and autonomy fosters organizational health and innovation. So we're constantly walking this tightrope. What do we centralize? How much do we centralize? What do we let teams decide? What is safe? What is best? What is easiest? This is not a solved problem. I don't think it will ever be a solved problem. Software and infrastructure evolve, organizations evolve, and so will our walking this tightrope evolve. Currently, I am the technical architect for the operations engineering and cloud enablement teams. Now, the words don't mean anything, but what this means is that I'm the technical architect for the teams that are the glue for everything. We manage the GitHub organizations. We manage the Docker organizations for the whole of the Ministry of Justice. This means that every other team, including the platform teams, can focus on doing their thing. They don't need to think about where am I going to put my code. They don't need to think about the new Docker licensing terms and conditions. They don't need to think about where is the code going to live, where is this going to run, because the platforms solve that problem. They're the clear use cases for these things. At the same time, those teams have full control to say, we do actually want to think about that, and we want to make a different choice. We don't enforce anything. As I said, we pay for some things centrally. So in terms of continuous integration, for example, we have Circle CI and we have GitHub Actions. If teams want to use Jenkins, all the more power to them. We don't really mind. The whole point is providing these tools for the teams who don't care or don't have the expertise to have an easy way to fall into the pit of success. This works for our modern platform as well. As I said, a team owns the platform itself, but every single service deployed on it is owned by its own service team. They have full control over their setup on the platform, how much CPU, how much RAM, how many pods, what is their domain name, how does their ingress behave, do they have custom ingress rules, do they want to redirect something here or there? That is entirely up to them. We have templates that they can copy and adjust, or they can use as is, or fix up, or they can completely craft it from scratch. It's entirely their own choice. They own that setup. Our involvement stops at the platform level. We are by no means perfect, not at all. This is a continuously evolving process. We are constantly trying to be better, and we're always negotiating this with the different teams. In the process, we have learned a couple of lessons, and I would like to walk you through them. The first lesson, and apologies, I had a lot of fun doing these drawings. I'm by no means going to win any awards. The first lesson is build it and they will not come. We have been here. Imagine you have this thing. It's the shiniest, bestest thing ever, objectively. Everybody says so. Everybody who sees it thinks, oh my God, this is amazing. And then you go, awesome. Would you like to use it? And then they say, we'd love to, but what? Well, we just can't. It's cool, awesome job, but we just can't. And that sentence, we just can't, hides so many intricacies of working in an organization, particularly the size of maybe the Ministry of Justice. So you have this thing in you, when you started it, say you have a Kubernetes cluster, and when you started it, you thought, oh, this is the hard thing. You know, we're going to have to get the experts in to build this thing. They're going to have to write the Terraform, figure out the setup on AWS. We're going to have to figure out the firewalls, different ingresses. So very, very complicated. And it is. It is, however, not the most complicated bit of this whole thing. If you have a product, you have to market it. This is no different than any startup. If you have something that you believe in, you have to start convincing people that it's going to be good for them way before you actually try to make them use it. And in big organizations, you need to talk to the people who own the roadmap, because you can't expect developers to go and argue for spending time or money on migrating to something if you haven't managed to win over the people who own the products. So you need to talk to the product people, you need to talk to the delivery people, you need to talk to the people who hold the purse strings, because migration, moving, doing anything like that costs money. It takes people time, and so it costs money. And if the people who have the purse strings are not interested, then it's just not going to work. So you have to invest this upfront, even before you've written a single line of code. There is no cluster yet. Then you have to start going and talking to people about why this is going to be better for them, why this is good, why they should be interested, why they should be excited. Organize regular show and tells. Keep banging on about it. So by the time it's delivered, people are itching to go on it. People have put time in their diaries to look at it. People have stopped making certain changes because they don't make sense, because they're going to move over to that. That's where you want to be. And then if you have built something that is, of course, objectively the best thing ever that has ever existed, then things will happen. But otherwise, your best thing ever will just not get used. And unfortunately, will probably end up being forgotten and useless, even if it was indeed the best Kubernetes cluster in the world. From that comes our next lesson. Now, a rising tide lifts all boats is maybe cheesy. I certainly didn't make it up. It's a well-known saying. But it bears repeating, and it bears applying to platforms. It bears applying to developer happiness and a bit of success. Imagine you have this best thing ever, and you have all of these little boats, all of those services that live on it, and say you discover that Nginx might have a security vulnerability that lets people see all the secrets in all the namespaces. You know, making that up, it's not like that happened 3 weeks ago or anything. But say that's the case. Now, all of these services in a different world would have potentially had their own Nginx servers running with load balancers and all of that jazz. And so they would have needed to have the expertise internally to tackle that issue. That was not an easy issue to tackle, depending on how your setup was created. Instead, what happened, and this happened in our case, the platform team, who are the undisputed experts in all of this, sat down, had a conversation, figured something out, I am not even 100% sure service teams heard anything about it. Because that is all shared, because the Nginx ingress and load balancer are shared, they're part of the platform. As a result, their services are protected against the security vulnerability without the service teams ever needing to know or ever needing to even understand what was happening in that particular instance. And this applies to all sorts of things that happen, not just security vulnerabilities. It applies to patches to images. It applies to new functionality in Kubernetes. The platform team cares about upgrading the Kubernetes cluster. All of that means that service teams can focus on the things that they were actually hired to do, which is build services that help the British public. There's no time and no money spent on individual services learning all of these things. It's optimized for speed, and it's optimized for cost, and it's optimized for expertise. So a rising tide lifts all boats. That works, assuming the tide is in a good mood. And the last lesson I would like to talk to you about is maybe slightly controversial. I should hope not. And I will preface this by saying we have people whose title is DevOps. We have job descriptions that say DevOps. And yet, DevOps is not a person, and it is not a team. If you have a person whose title is DevOps, you don't have DevOps. DevOps is a culture. DevOps is a way to do things better. DevOps is knowledge sharing. So you have these two professions. You have the application developers and the infrastructure engineers. These are both very highly specialized professions, and they take years to master. What suddenly seems to have been expected of both, maybe more of the developer side, is to understand what happens in the other one without having ever walked in the shoes. That won't happen. And because infrastructure engineers write code, doesn't mean they write application code, doesn't mean they understand how a Rails application behaves in a Kubernetes cluster or whatever it may be. This is not something that you can just shout into the void and DevOps happens and it's all magical. It's absolutely true that it is better because knowledge sharing is always better and it makes systems and products and services more resilient, which is something in government we really care for. But it does not mean that it will happen magically. This requires a lot of investment of money and of time and of trust. Because the way to make a developer understand what an infrastructure engineer does is to make them walk in their shoes and vice versa. It's to make a developer be part of an infrastructure team, be on call, make changes, break things. It's to make an infrastructure engineer be part of a service team, try to deliver a feature, try to understand how the application works. It's time spent learning. It's time spent empathizing. DevOps is the ultimate result of empathy within our industry. And it doesn't happen for free. Nothing good ever happens for free. So if you would like to have DevOps and actually truly reap its benefits, it's an organizational mind shift. Again, we're not there. We're working towards it. Some areas more than others. This is a journey. But we are really trying to have service teams, because they own their Kubernetes setup, they need to own a bit of that infrastructure. They need to understand bits of it. And it's a journey, and that's what part of my team is for, to help them, to educate, to explain, to assist, and hopefully bring everybody along so that we actually at some point can say, yes, we have a DevOps culture. Almost it. All the links. So everything I have spoken about, all of our code is public on GitHub under the Ministry of Justice organization. This is true of most of government, by the way. British government, the UK government works in the open. It publishes blog posts and it publishes its code. If you are interested in our strategy, the MOJ Digital blog has our hosting strategy, and it also is earlier this year we published our wider digital and technology mission and strategy, or how are we, the techie people, trying to serve the British public by enabling the rest of the Ministry of Justice business to function better and more reliably. As in any modern organization, the Ministry of Justice has a Twitter account. Well, the digital and technology part of it anyway. This is at justice_digital. If you're interested in keeping up, it's not a super chatty account. This is government. But we do post on it regularly. And if you are in the UK and what I've said piques your interest, we're always hiring. I mean, who isn't hiring nowadays? But we're certainly always hiring for all sorts of roles. So if any of this seemed interesting, just check us out and see whether something piques your interest. Thank you.
That was amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Neb.
No worries. Hopefully
So
there's some
we have
questions
some
now.
questions. Yeah, we got some questions, and I have to, if anything, park my selfishness because I want to ask you a mountain of questions. But our kind audience have submitted some. So, do you think DevOps is only relevant for devs and prod, as in devs and product? Can you imagine DevOps in other areas of a company?
So let me see if I understand this correctly. DevOps is relevant to everybody. We actually have some really curiously and interested in leaders within the Ministry of Justice, and I'm talking people at C-level, CEOs and CTOs, and they would love to get their hands on doing some DevOps. Not yet. We haven't quite figured out what we could get them to do. I think as much as other professions that are not technical can get a grasp of what infrastructure is and why it is important, then the better. This is something that we're trying to do. We're trying to educate people who don't really think about computers except they press the on button and the computer comes on, about why it's important to invest in these things, because let's be honest, this is not cheap.
No.
Like there's nothing cheap about what I just spoke about.
No.
And we are always trying to save money because
so next question is sorry, carry on.
No, go ahead. What's the next question?
Excellent, cool. So next question. What was your biggest surprise when you started working on DevOps in the justice system, and what was your expectation before?
Oh, this is such a good question. I worked as a developer in the Ministry of Justice before I became a technical architect in hosting, but I hadn't really thought about it much. What I hadn't expected, particularly within the Ministry of Justice, is this culture of caring for old things, this empathy and understanding that just because it's old doesn't mean it's bad. And it just means that we need to care for it more. I found it a very empathetic, very heartwarming attitude to have towards things that my initial gut reaction was like, what is this thing? Why do we have it? Can we kill it? But that is, it's a much more mature understanding of big estate, especially within government. And I feel really lucky to have been exposed to it and to have been taught why it's so much better.
Awesome. Did you encounter things that you wanted to implement but haven't been allowed to because it's public and you're part of the Justice Department? Some of the challenges on top of that usual organizations and companies don't have.
I don't think so. We don't really have many challenges. Sometimes because it's government, some data can't go on the public cloud, but that's totally to be expected. Other than that, anything I think any team has ever wanted to try, we have like they can get an access to the AWS account and to a AWS account, not the account, and they can have a go. Within the government, we have the service standard, which means that every public-facing service has to go through a series of assessments before that is within government, so not within just MOJ. So usually if there's something super experimental, it will get picked up and teams will have to defend their choice. But that is up to the service teams. So essentially, if it's allowed on the public cloud and if it exists, we haven't. I think some people are playing with AWS Comprehend, something about image recognition on AWS as well. We're very encouraged to experiment.
Okay, that's interesting to hear. This is a really great question here. What's your suggestion for young women who want to make a career in tech like you did?
Oh gosh, that is a deep philosophical question, and I might have to apologize for the first thing that came to mind, but I was going to say find the right man. That's probably the wrong thing. No, but as a young woman, you can often be, and not just as a young woman, as a woman, you can often be the only woman in the space, or the only person who looks slightly different from everybody else, even if it's just because you're wearing lipstick. And that's when allies are so important. I have often been the only woman. The Ministry of Justice is the most diverse technical organization I have ever worked in my life. So this is the first time I have had colleagues who are women. But beforehand, I have had amazing colleagues who were men. And if they always supported my growth, and they always supported me in trying new things, speaking at events, pushed me to do things that seemed harder, encouraged me to try. So I think it's always about the people you have around you and the organizations you work for. So if there's an organization that looks exciting and that sounds like it is going to nourish you and help you grow, I would say go for it and make use of it. It is not as scary. It's not scary at all, but it really helps if you have allies looking out for you.
That's awesome. That's really awesome. When governments change, does this have implications on engineering and projects in the Ministry of Justice?
For some things, yes, and for other things, no. If you look at our digital and technology strategy and specifically our hosting strategy dates back from 2018. So it's 3 years old and it hasn't really had to change. When governments change, they certainly set high-level goals, but one of the main high-level goals of regardless of who is in power is things need to keep going. And that's generally where infrastructure and hosting and even software development come in. So it's potentially sometimes more relevant to service teams because there may be a specific service area that a government minister is interested in and they want to invest a bit more time into improving. But when it comes to the actual underlying infrastructure, things need to keep going, things need to keep running. So I can't think of an example that the government change has affected this part of the technology.
No, that sounds like promising, which is good. How did COVID impact your work?
Okay, so again, this is a Ministry of Justice special, but even before COVID, the Ministry of Justice was a very flexible employer. I already worked 2 or 3 days from home before COVID, even though there's an office in Sheffield where I am based. And because it's a distributed department, there's offices all over the country, but in London, in Sheffield, in Glasgow, there's one in Manchester, Leeds. It's all over the country, basically. We were already kind of online. All meetings had a Hangouts link. Somebody wanted to join. Almost all offices were set up to have remote conferencing. So when COVID hit, we just didn't go into the office anymore. It made some things harder for service teams. For example, teams who did user research with prison officers, usually they would go into prisons and talk to the people there. And prisons have very restricted networks. They don't have Wi-Fi. Most of them don't have Wi-Fi. So actually doing remote user research was a challenge that was overcome. The user research happened with prisons during COVID. It just took a bit of time. So for me personally, it didn't really change because my work was already on a computer. It was already online. For the Ministry of Justice, some professions had to adjust. And some things we prioritized rolling out virtual visits for prisoners because that's one of the most important things is visits for their rehabilitation. That was something that the prison service just threw everything it could at and got something out very quickly, 2 to 3 months after the pandemic hit. Every prison, I think most prisons in the country could do video visits. And before that, they didn't have computers. So I think we I think we came out of it as best as one could hope.
I can imagine there was a lot of stress on the system during that time, but it sounds great that you handled it so well. Selfish question from me. So you're saying that you are currently in the process of adopting a DevOps culture within this Ministry of Justice in certain parts of it. What's next? What is stopping you potentially from just scrapping your current plans and just shifting straight to something like maybe DevSecOps or other things around, for example, system hardening, like what Frank and Idir were talking about in the panel earlier?
What's stopping us? Human numbers. No, actually, nothing is really stopping us. There's a whole separate security department in the Ministry of Justice that is also centralized, like platforms, cybersecurity team. Always deserve a shout out. They're great. They're always lurking. Like you do something and then somebody will be like, "Are you sure you should have done that?" We work really closely with them. We are at the earlier stages of that because just historically we have been separate teams, but we end up talking all the time, and we end up collaborating on things like our DNS estate and how we manage that. Nothing is stopping us. We are doing it as part of all of those platforms that I spoke about. They have image scanning. They have code scanning. We actually use Snyk as well. We have automated OWASP checks on our repositories. So we are absolutely working towards that as part of our, it's just best practice for infrastructure. So even though we don't call it DevSecOps, that's what we're doing.
Excellent. That sounds really promising. So I'm just checking if we have any more questions. No, I think we're good. Nev, thank you so much for your time. That was incredibly insightful, and I love the infographics, and I'm sure a lot of other people in the chat did as well. But thank you so much for your time, and I hope that you have another good nap soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Great. So, welcome back, Sad.
Hi, Walid. How are you doing?
Yeah, doing really well. It's been a really great day. Really, really good presentations. It's been an absolute
Do you
blast.
still have some energy?
Just about. I don't know. It's mostly smoke mirrors and coffee. So.
Okay, good. Walid, tell me what have been your key outtakes from today? How did you like it, and did you learn something today?
I learned so much. I learned so much. Like, it was interesting seeing all the different types of technology on show that Dominik, Jan, and Sebastian were showcasing, which was great. It was amazing to see the insight as well from Nev just now in a government organization, which you don't really get that insight or clarity to usually. And it was just an absolute dream hosting the panel with Idir and Frank and just sort of absorbing their do's and don'ts and their crystal ball predictions for the upcoming future with, for example, SecOps and system hardening.
Yeah, that was amazing. So I had the feeling that it could, also last a bit longer, like 2 or 3 hours. So maybe we do a second round at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be absolutely game for that.
Yeah. Okay. Then I want also to say thank you to the audience because we really got a lot of questions. So I monitored it in between, and it's like thanks for being so engaged. And also thank you, Walid, for being such a wonderful co-moderator or host for today. It was really amazing. And you did a great job. And I would say before we close the session, I would like to raffle out the winners of our promo. So what do you say about that?
That sounds great.
Okay, so the main prize, as we said when we started the event, is the Nintendo Switch. It's actually backside. It doesn't matter, it's the same. Do you play console games or PC games?
Yeah, I'm really terrible at Mario Kart. Yeah.
Okay. And what's your favorite games?
I'm currently working my way through Assassin's Creed, which isn't on the Switch, but I mean, I'm happy to lose to anyone at Mario Kart if they ever want.
Okay. So maybe if you want to play a bit with Walid, you can reach out to him on Twitter or somewhere else and have this checked. So before we tell you the winner of the Switch, there is 10 persons that we have picked who will receive a goodie bag from Deloitte, which contains, let me see, a bamboo charger, so climate friendly, that's nice, an RFID case, a webcam camera, a pocket umbrella, very good, because now the rainy days come, and a hoodie. And the winners of these goodie bags are, in this order, Anna Laves, Thomas Müller, Candida Rodriguez Miguez. So I remember Candida, I think that's a very loyal member of our community because I see him always at every event in our chat. So special congratulations to you. Then Markus Höckner, Uwe Breckner, Natalia Fedorova, then Oliver Köhler, Manuel Fegesel. The guy who wrote this down should have better printed it out because the handwriting is kind of really horrible. I think it was Gary. So Gary, if you hear me backstage, please next time just, type it or whatever. Then Victoria Jakob and Edin Jabia. So these are the 10 winners of the goodie bags. Please, I think we should have your addresses. If not, we will reach out to you and collect your mailing addresses so we can send it to you. And now let's announce the lucky winner of the Nintendo Switch. Have a lot of fun with it. I have one at home. It's really cool, especially Super Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. The winner is Matthias Böhm. So I'm looking in the camera, so I cannot see you being happy and so on, but I just assume that you are super happy. We'll reach out to you to collect your mailing address, and this one is yours, and we will also put in some goodies from WeAreDevelopers in there. So that was that part. And with that, Walid, I think that we are kind of done for today.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you and the the presenters, and also the audience as well. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Walid. Goodbye to you. See you again in the future, and thanks again for being such a wonderful host.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Bye. And last but not least, before we close the stream, don't forget that in less than 2 weeks, we have our JavaScript Congress with amazing speakers, 70 experts from all around the world and thousands of developers. You can get a 20% discount as a member of our community. Just use the discount code that you see here. Visit jscongress.com or just visit, you have the link also on the landing page, and get your tickets. It's an amazing event. It's a big event. It's virtual. You can join it from the comfort of your couch. So no struggles here. And with that said, we are basically looking forward to welcome you there and closing the stream now. Have a nice evening or have a nice morning if you are joining from another time zone, and see you next time again. Bye-bye.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Snyk's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Snyk, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Snyk. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Have you found your dream job as a developer? Or are you stuck in an unfulfilling job? On WeAreDevelopers.com, you find over 1,000 jobs in Europe that fit the tech stack that you want to work with, and salaries go up to $130K. All you have to do is create a free profile, and you automatically get matched with jobs that fit your requirements. So what are you waiting for? Create your free profile and let companies apply to you now.